All right, who the fuck's out here tonight? Yeah, the adventures of Batman and Robin, one of the most difficult video games ever produced. Really, one might argue that extremely hard. You know, there's a level where you got to go up above Gotham City, and you're actually in a bat copter fighting the fucking, I don't know what the fuck you're fighting, the Joker Patrol or whatever in the sky or whatever the fuck it is. And this shit is just damn near impossible out there, you know? Yeah, we're gonna see who's out here. If anybody wants to hop on and discuss topics in art and monoculture, we're gonna be talking about different aspects of how art is affected by the technological scope. So, if anybody has any topics and concerns in terms of that, I'm really gonna relate this to an issue, that I call monoculture. You know, uh, monoculture. Is have you ever seen that movie with those actors that go on an adventure and finally figure out the mystery? Damn, that's kind of the hero's journey, isn't it? Though, that's a summation of every movie. But yeah, that's art. Art can be, can art really be defined? Can it be encompassed within one framework? One experience. What is art? If art has a method to it, then everybody could be an artist. As they say, if you can walk, you can dance, you can talk, you can sing, you can go and do whatever the fuck you want, you can contribute to the community. you know One way of looking at it is that art is a community project, in a way. And it seems like art consists of rites and traditions and culture and all sorts of ethnic forms of culture and tradition. But when there's not a diversity, see, nature likes diversity. See, nature has all types of different methods and ways of preserving different ways of expression and stuff. And one of the ways it does that is through diversity. And you see, biodiversity means that different things that grow together, they grow fucking stronger because they exchange information. In one sense, the more bonds we have and the closer network, the more strong something is, because it makes it more, vivacious and makes it more sustainable in a way that makes it, that's what in nature is biodiversity. But we see an opposite trend. We see a technology imbuing an opposite trend on humanity, and that is through the rule of experts. You see constantly cropping up a monoculture. And what the fuck do we mean by monoculture? We mean one world culture, one world tradition, really the death of traditions, the age of the rootless cosmopolitan, you know what I'm saying, in a sense. And that's the monoculture. And monoculture is how you see it in nature too. You see that when you have diversity in nature, when you plant different types of plants together, it actually makes them stronger. When you plant them on the same type of plot of land, because they grow in the same root structure and stuff. But when you plant a monoculture, that means that when you plant a field, all the same shit, just one field, all bananas. Well, nature really abhors monoculture. Nature prefers biodiversity, and because of the exchange of information within a close knit unit. But when you have that same close knit unit, uh, you know, having to extend itself to the same process, overextend itself for one process when it's made for a diverse array of different processes. When you take a field of land and you transform it into a monoculture, that a field that's only there to generate one type of life or one type of growth, then you need to do all sorts of unnatural things to it. You need to add pesticides. You need to add all sorts of other shit so that it preserves the basic structure of the thing. So monoculture is really for an international um you know um an international audience, whereas the biodiverse exchange of information, that's for a local, that's for local autonomous groups that are local. You know what I'm saying, right? So you see that nature really likes that type of thing. But what's causing the monoculture in the world today is that everybody's isolated, but they're more interconnected than ever before. And you see that the technology is not only making us have more connections than ever before, but it's also making us into a you know type of a you know it's giving us connections, but it's also making us sedentary. So it's a way of making people more isolated. That is, in a sense, through over specialized kind of ways that they interact with their environment. Through the rule of experts, you see the first of all, you have a process that is called the desacralization of knowledge. And that's where knowledge is removed from the sacred. Then you have a second tier process that comes from the desacralization of knowledge, which is removing knowledge from something that's divine or sacred or something that's beyond this realm. And that second tier process is called compartmentalization of knowledge. And that means that different areas of communication or different areas of expertise actually stop communicating with one another. you know so that engenders a rule of experts, you know and that leads to over specialization, and that over specialization in turn leads to people who are you know uh not only under the rule of experts, but also extremely isolated as a result of that. Now, through this isolation, you have a global scope because all parts of the technological system are interconnected. So then you have most ironically or most paradoxically, even through this isolation, you have an over socialization, which means you have a forced socialization through those very same technological means, because now you have forced interaction through those technological means. And you know you know so you know wisdom. Art is controlled cybernetic symbols. That's why it creates monoculture. All art is propaganda. That's right. That's right. And it seems like there's a real plasticity in terms of information, as all information can be exchanged for all other forms of information. So any video file or document can be translated into any other type of media, and that means that information has a fluidity to it that also gives it a sort of fungibility or a plasticity, which de- deprives it of meaning, where all content is literally plastic. So if all content is plastic, all you have left is pure contextualization of information. Pure contextualization is all you have left. So we're going to take a look at some of these motherfuckers. Nobody's joining us out here. So, everybody's afraid to talk about these topics, you know uh it is what it is, but if motherfuckers so dare to step up to the plate and talk about these things that are going to affect our culture, monoculture, that means one world culture. that's what technology is creating today. It's creating a one world culture. And the question is that how do we fight back against that? Is there a technicized form of art that we can participate in? You know what I'm saying? That could liberate or ensue on our transition here. What's going on, Firestarter? How you doing, dude?
Oh, what's up?
What's up, man? You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Yeah, I was just about to pop on this Yuval Harari. You ever hear this guy?
No. What is he? Some kind of rapper?
No, no, he's not. I wish he was a rapper. That would make it much funner to talk about. But no, this man is one of the premier transhumanists of our age.
Wait, it's it's the Israeli guy, right?
Yeah, that's right, the
Yeah.
Israeli guy. And everybody's been talking about him, so I thought maybe we could take a look at some of his dialogue since we're here. I found an interesting one earlier. I'm gonna try to see if I could find this shit. Um, it's waking up with Sam Harris. So I don't know if I could play this or if this is even the same one that I was looking at, but let's listen to some of this bullshit and see what happens here. Opinions on I push back against Jordan Peterson. Yeah, he's talking about his own podcast for a second. Then he's got publishers and sellers. Let me see. Today's guest, Yuval. Okay, here we go. 13 minutes in, he gives his introduction. Okay, here we go. Okay, let me put this up here. All right, here we go, friends.
And now for today's guest. Today I'm speaking with Yuval Noah Harari.
Can you hear that, Firestarter?
It's a bit quiet.
Okay, I gotta turn this shit up. Okay, here we go.
Yuval has a PhD in history from Oxford University, and he's a tenured professor in the
Wait a
department.
minute. Is this two Israelis talking to each other?
He's
Pretty much.
specialized in world history and medieval history and military history, but his current research focuses on macro historical questions. For instance, what
Macro
is the
history.
relationship between history and biology? What is the essential difference between human beings and other animals? Is there justice in history? Does history have a direction? Did people become happier as history has unfolded? These are all fascinating questions. Yuval is the author of two blockbuster books, Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind, and his newest book, Homo Deus, A Brief History of Tomorrow. Our time was somewhat limited by Yuval's schedule. Our love for Skype was somewhat unrequited. He was back in Israel at the time of this interview, but
There
I
we
think you'll
go.
find our conversation very interesting. And now I bring you Yuval Harari. I am here with Yuval Noah Harari. Yuval, thanks for coming on the podcast.
Oh, it's my pleasure to be here.
You have really just exploded onto the scene here with two wonderful books, Sapiens being the first, and Homo Deus, which just came out in the US about a month ago or so. Congratulations. These are really fantastic, beautiful, exciting books.
Thank you.
Your background's in history, however. You're a historian technically, but you've written two very interdisciplinary books. You get into anthropology and biology and technology to an unusual degree, and I'm very fond of this kind of cross.
Yeah, that's always a weird angle to take. Is you see that now a lot. You see, history popping up. In terms of they have history of philosophy, they have history of science, a history of any subject you can imagine has a history to it. So I mean, history is always interdisciplinary. I mean, like this is crazy talk to think that one could just get up and do history, or one could be a historian. It kind of goes back to what I was saying about the ludicrous nature of the specialized disciplines, that like history could ever be something that's not interdisciplinary. You know,
Well,
like,
I think it's because certain sciences can be proven true or false, but the current people in power, they control what is true about history, so they just add history to whatever they want to control.
yeah, really. Yeah, because if you control the past, you control the future. You know what I'm saying? So they just put that in there, on top of the whole thing. And one of the most interesting aspects of it is that he's gonna say that science and empiricism and all of these things are gonna redefine history, when these things are discovered over the last 300 years, over the past 300 years. How could they say anything about the historical scope, or history in general, or any of those things? Let's see who this is. Yo, what's going on? Yo, I don't even I don't know who this person is.
Yo,
Yo, what up, G?
What's up?
Oh well, we'll let them get their thing together there. I
I'm
don't know.
I'm on the bus. The feds are on the bus. I can't talk. Right?
I see. What up,
I'm
Sage?
just listening.
What up? No.
I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
for
listen.
sure. For sure, bro. For sure,
No,
dude. No
just
worries.
talk loudly and they'll just think you're crazy and they'll leave you alone.
Yeah, we got fucking Neurojack out here too.
Machine Line, I have a question for you. What would be your favorite superhero power if you could have one?
Man, I gotta say, the fucking, I'd say probably Professor Xavier, or the Prince of Persia. Prince of Persia had the dopest one. Time is a motherfucker. I go with controlling time. This is I don't know if Professor Xavier can do that shit. It's,
He
uh,
kind of paused time a little bit, but I don't think he like controlled like Doctor Strange level or something. But
yeah, that would be the thing I would go with the most. You know what I'm saying? But
that's the most amount of responsibility. At least you didn't say like be controller of all the technology or some shit.
somebody else had that where they were like Quicksilver. Yeah, Magneto would technically control a lot of the technology. Because it's electromagnetic. So he'd have some shit to do with it.
Uh,
He
and of, and of course, he got to be from Israel, and she.
and they changed that shit. They made everybody from Israel. Man, I remember when they made Star Trek. When they redid Star Trek and they made Khan fucking Jewish. And I got so pissed because
Wait a
Khan,
minute. Wait a minute. They made Khan Jewish?
they made Khan Jewish when he was
Is
a
that like
proud.
is that a Khazar reference?
I don't know, but he was a proud Punjabi, just like me. Before that, with a fucking turban on, that would, I don't even understand how that happened. The transition to,
Where was that at? Which one was that?
I think that was J.J. Abrams
Wait,
redoing of Star Trek.
the Cumberbatch. His backstory is he's Jewish.
But
Benedict
which
Yo,
Cumberbatch.
Wait,
Muhammad.
is the actor Cumberbatch Jewish?
Yo, Muhammad.
He acts like
Yo,
it.
what up?
Yo, I used to skate with the turban on, man. I used to skate with the turban on.
Hell yeah, Jedi mind tricks. You know what I'm saying? From Philadelphia. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is, man. I remember they had the turban on in the video. You know what I'm saying? The first Jedi mind tricks video. They had a turban on and they were drinking 40 ounces.
Yeah. I who have nothing.
I who have nothing. That's right. That's one of the greatest songs. They quote Aristotle in that song. They say to live alone, one must be an animal or a god.
Guess I'm a god.
That's what's yeah. Yeah, to live in solitude, one must be a beast or a god. That's what it is, man. But yeah, let's look at this fucking dude's shit.
Yeah,
Fucking retard.
I never watched Harari before, but I know Alex Jones talked about him a bunch the past like 4 or 5 years for sure. He kept saying, "Hey, look up Harari, look up Harari." So
That's what
Alex
I'm.
Jones
That's
thinks
what
he's
I'm looking
important.
at. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at because we're used to other people. We're used to like, Ben Goetzel and Marvin Minsky and fucking Ray Kurzweil and these other, Jewish figures, but
You know, another one that's real interesting that people never talk about is Peter Diamandis or some shit like that. I'll look him up. Hold on, I'll look up his name for
huh.
real, but look him up sometime because he did an interview that was very interesting with Elon Musk a few years ago. And his name, and he was like, they were like barefoot and shit. They're just sitting outside and they're talking about like real deep stuff. But like his name is D Diamandis. Diamandis. And anyways, he's like
Yeah, I feel
friends
like
with
I heard this shit before.
yeah, he's like friends with like Kurzweil and shit. And so he's one of those kind of guys. So you gotta get the idea, but he's someone who's kind of flies under the radar. People don't really look at him, but he says some real interesting, like borderline woke. It's like merging of the wokeness with the technology. You know what I'm saying? Like he when you first listen to him, you think he's just saying what he really thinks, but then if you really watch him long enough, you see like he's real careful with his words, like very, very, very careful. Like a lot of these
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah, another dude is Freeman Dyson. People don't because Freeman Dyson is such a big name. I think he goes unnoticed, but he's just such a interesting character. On par with like the Michio Kaku type of crazies of the world. Where he's just espousing pure nonsense left and right. And this fucking dude said that in the future that genetic nano machines will be writing genetic code as beautifully as Byron and Blake wrote lines of poetry. And I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, first of all, the reference to Byron and William Blake is very off-putting.
Why is that off-putting? I don't remember much about them. That's why I asked.
Just like I'm confronted with the red dragon from the fucking Hannibal movie where the guy like eats the painting and like wants to become the dragon.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying is like, this is why like, Jim Bob and these guys, they kind of laugh at this stuff. And I know that they take it serious, but like, like I've said to Jim Bob many times, like, if I want you to, like, you can play some of these guys' speeches and they, the more lispy and weird they sound, like, if you really listen to the implication of what they're saying, it's like, it's what you're just saying. Like, they're basically talking about, oh, let's just redesign, life on Earth at the molecular and the bio and like DNA structure level. And it's like, do you understand how wrong that can go? And I don't mean it just in the ways of like people think like in a science fiction movie. Like, I mean, you can literally just like end all life on Earth that way. Like it's pretty insane that they're the way they talk about it, like it's just inevitability. It's like they almost don't take it serious as far as like the dangers of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like the way this guy described it as art, that the genetic code is being written like it's a work of art, and it's like that's not art. That's something that by their own estimations took nature millions of years to create. And what makes you think that we can recreate it on the spot? It shows a exceeding level of hubris that's unprecedented. And where's history in that? There's no historical precedence for it. Unprecedented, ahistorical, like, so I just can't even believe that they would apply history or evolution to that when they're openly saying. One of these guys, Ben Goetzel, first of all, this guy Ben Goetzel said on the Joe Rogan Experience, that he said my mother is a lesbian and a Jew. And I thought, this is so fucking weird. Your mother conceived of you. Therefore, and if she's a lesbian, she's not a Jew. And if she conceived of you, she's not a lesbian. So I just don't, I don't fucking, how is your mom a fucking, this is what this guy said,
Muhammad, who do you think's like the most aware person you've came across?
I mean, shit. I mean, I don't. I mean, awareness. I mean, who the fuck knows? I'd say people that are, out there, probably least exposed to whatever's going on in the world, that they'd be most free. I mean, I don't know. I think simplicity in our age is freedom. I mean, point out the guy who's like living the most simple way, and you know what I'm talking about. And they're probably free. You know what I'm saying? Like they say, the most powerful person in the world is someone who don't do shit. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
You know, but this dude Ben Goetzel openly said that the AI was going to be a successor intelligence. And then they asked him on the, I think it was Joe Rogan Experience. They asked him, well, then what the fuck's gonna happen to humans? And he said, who gives a flying fuck what happens to the humans? He said whatever comes out of us is gonna be like a god, so it doesn't really matter what happens to the humans. And I thought, man, this guy's anti fucking human. This guy's fucking anti human.
And that's why, like, no matter what you think of Alex Jones, like, he talks about that a lot. It's like he keeps saying pro-human future is like, doesn't matter what you're. And I told a lot of people on different spectrums, I'm like, you should really listen to the rhetoric of Alex Jones, even if you hate him and you think he's a shill. His rhetoric is very powerful, because he's basically like, we need to have a pro-human future. These people do not give a fuck about humans even existing, more, much less like having a good life while they're here, or whatever you want to think. It's like, and I mean, it's just really bizarre, because you think about it and people say, oh, it's the Jays doing all this stuff to us. It's like, well, I don't know if that's the case or not, but whoever's running this, they seem to not really care that much if humans are around. So I think it's a little more complex than that single factor. Is that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. And that's why I think that term that William Gibson employed, post-human, I think that is a very apt term, because that lets you know what's actually going on. We're living in a post-human environment. That means it's an environment that's completely functioning off of technique. So you can take all of the human aspects of it and really make them interchangeable. And that's why the system assumes equality across a wide spectrum of people. It makes machines efficient enough so that they can be used across a wide spectrum of people, so that all of the human aspects of the system are actually interchangeable one for another. Just like the information within the system has a plasticity, so does the human element within the system. And that's why you get this post-geological, post-human mainframe of experience.
No, I definitely feel it, and that's why, there's some of what you said that at the beginning I want to get into. But if you want to watch some of this video first, we could do that, because I was thinking about what you're saying, as far as you were saying something along the lines of like, nature likes biodiversity, and I see
Can't hear you, Neurojack. Yeah, we'll let Neurojack adjust his.
My bad. My Wi-Fi is probably like going in and out. I apologize.
No, it's all good, but yeah.
No, I was just saying, if you want to watch some of the video, we can first. But I was trying to understand what you're saying before. You said something along the lines of like, nature likes biodiversity, but you see this monoculture coming out, and I think I agree with you. But also, I see another side of it where it's like, for example, where I live at, it's like you have every kind of person on Earth basically living right next to each other, and it's kind of like it works in some ways, but in another way, it's like all these different cultures right up next to each other. It's kind of like only because of all the convenience that we have do we have a peace settle upon us. So it's almost like we're dependent upon the technology to keep the peace. And that's almost like what I see as a big threat is like the technology facilitates peace, but at the same time, it facilitates control on a level that people don't realize, and also it changes what it means to be a human, and also it's like so it's almost, and that's why when you see all these people, they trying to do like this NWO kind of stuff, it's like it is working, but only as a consequence of the technology, right? It's not like an organic people getting along to go people going along to get along. It's not really like that. It's effectively that, but I don't think it's not on a fundamental level. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, that is the paradoxical nature of it, is that it isolates people, yet it makes them more interconnected. And I think it does that so that it can maximize the surveillance capabilities, because the more connected you are, but the more kind of still you are in place you are, the more it's easy to observe those various connections that you're making, because they're all happening from one spot. So you see, like, the hub of interconnectivity is branching out from a certain spot. But that's the thing of the what I see in the natural systems that are almost opposed to this, is that there's biodiversity, but there's also local autonomy, and that local autonomy can't be spread out across a large space. So that's the thing, is that in the city or something like that, you see like a large aspect of life being supported through the systems there. um, so there's a diverse array of people there, but again, the various cultures and traditions that those people are a part of are all interchangeable. So it doesn't need them to be a certain type of person, you know. So that creates a sort of monoculture that's imbued by the city itself. It's not imbued by any extraneous factors. But then on the other end, it does seem like that this local autonomy, there's a problem that whenever a city or a tribe or a plot of land or a growth or something like that doesn't become supported by those local means, um, and um, and um, and has to take in systems from all over, international systems, then it um one thing that happens is that when countries grow too big, when systems grow too big, they allow um you know various changes to grow far from equilibrium, that then cause different mutations and different changes to form on the outskirts. So any large system becomes unsustainable after a while. So really, it's like one of the things that tribes and groups of people, like, for example, a democratic system. If you want a democratic system, well, most tribes of people are mainly democratic, but but meaning that everybody within that tribe is more or less part of the decision making process. But the thing is that democracy just seems to naturally work better in smaller groups. The more people that are involved in a decision making process, the longer it takes to make a decision, and it's harder to take into consideration more decisions that are involved, so that it seems like if you want to have autonomy, if you want to have local autonomy, you have to work within a small group, and that's what we don't see within large scale systems.
Well, and just because you're bringing up something that reminds me, and forgive me, I don't want to keep interrupting you, but you're bringing up a lot of shit for me. It's like triggering me, because this is kind of what I've been trying to get across to people. First of all, on the level of the technology, but also on the other side is like a lot of people like to pretend like they want a republic, they want a democracy, but just what you're saying is true. Is like, if people were really in control, even the people who think that I'm a patriot and I'm whether I'm a Christian or whatever, they think that they should have more direct influence over their government. But at the same time, it's like, if that was really the case, like you're saying, it would be very sluggish to maneuver and do certain things, right? Because you have all these people slowing down the process, and then it leaves you vulnerable as well. So it's it's kind of what you're saying is like, you have this large system, but you need it to be nimble enough, right? And that if it wants to survive, which it's benefiting humans to live a certain lifestyle, but is it to our advantage or not is a question. But also, on the other side of it, I see that I've been telling people who are like, quote unquote, like these patriots along the lines of like Alex Jones, or you know what I'm saying, people who know that the system is broken and they think they can fix it. What I've been telling them is what you're saying is like, why don't you go and do things decentralized and just get involved in your own little local settings, and then if everyone does that, it'll go back to like a city state situation, and then you're going to have more leverage independently for the larger system. Does that make any sense? Like, it would be easier to get something done that way, rather than, okay, let's go complain about Joe Biden all day or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And it seems unrelated, but I think it is. If we're talking about how humans can organize, like, humans are tribal. They're not really like even racial at the end of the day. They're more like tribal beings, right? They're not like intended to go and make decisions for millions of people at a time, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely makes sense. And I wonder what else this cat says. I mean, he definitely says some fucked up things. I mean, I think you guys are gonna be surprised. I think actually this is the type of this is the talk I was listening to earlier with this guy, and just I mean, his views on history are horrific. If let's hear some of this shit.
Damn,
Crossing of
you
boundaries.
just cool guy Noro Jack.
What happened?
You just cool guy Noro Jack, man. You just cool guy him.
What does that mean?
Did you say colgated? What?
Cool guy.
You heard what I said, man.
JG's, he's got to call out whatever's corny, when it comes up. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't mean to.
No, I think it's funny. You just you just dismissed him. Cool guy him. I like your
No, it's
style.
okay. No, it's
I
all
like
good.
your style, Machine Last. I like your style, man.
No, I preface it on like, let's watch the video and get to it. I shouldn't have even jumped into all that shit, but
No. It's all good. I be wondering about that shit too. I mean, just even when I said it, I was like, yo, but like diversity is like a liberal coinage. Is of liberal coinage. You know what I'm saying?
no, but no, there's truth in it though. That's the weird thing, is like, there's a hint of truth in it, because like, I
Yeah.
live in a diverse place and it does work to some extent. It's just like, I'm just saying, like, it depends on your values, and like you keep saying is like they're just eroding everyone's values and giving them a new set of values as a monoculture, and people don't even
Yeah.
seem to see it happening. That's the crazy part to me is like it's just crazy. I'm watching it in real time. Like everyone just like, well, I like my values, but I like this other thing a little bit more. And it's just one thing at a time, but it adds up,
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
they get comfortable. They get they get soft. They get bought.
that's right. That's right. Motherfuckers get too soft. And that's why I was comparing it to, mainly I was comparing it to agriculture. So it's like a monoculture is like when you plant all this field of the same shit. So monoculture requires industrial farming. So it's like once you have monoculture, you have technology. Is kind of the point I was trying to make, is that monoculture means one culture. And that's funny because it's like that's what we have. I think the term is synonymous, with the world culture that's been happening because of technology. Because you can go anywhere in the world and there's fucking Mickey Mouse and McDonald's, and that's part of a world culture. It's part of or the iPhone. It's part of a world culture. Or like or the lack of diversity. Well, when you have diversity in nature, when you have biodiversity, it seems like when you have like a forest is a system of things that's all different shit that grows, but it supports one another, you know. I was thinking of it in terms of you know the mass produced mass homogenized monoculture, that's been foisted upon the world, you know like that type of shit.
Interesting that a monoculture agriculture needs like chemicals to support it on the land, and
Yeah,
with the multicultural cities, you're also on drugs.
yeah, yeah, that's what it is. There's a rise in mental illness, there's a rise in petrochemicals. There's a rise in all sorts of genetically modified foods and stuff that change the expression of your genes and shit like that. So
Hey,
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to ask you one question. Where do you think all the mental illness is coming from? And do you think it went up, or you think it's just like there's just more people and drugs involved?
Well, I think there is a dissociative quality, that comes from using technology, or having your thoughts and feelings projected, or having a constant reference point for your own thoughts and feelings, or having them subjected to a public space at all times. I think it's like, there is a highly dissociative quality to it. And I think that's not that's obviously people don't want to discuss that. But when you see these kids and on these cell phones, and they look nervous, they look afraid, and they look deranged, let's admit it, they fucking look deranged. And they're clicking, and you take this they're clicking their fucking toes, and they're pacing back and forth, and they're fucked up in the head, and these kids are experiencing depersonalization. They're experiencing over socialization. They're experiencing extreme isolation, and they're experiencing foggy somatic detachment, and I think that that's what the dissociative thing is coming from. It's coming from being faced with a structure, a cold metal perfection that's totally inhuman. I do think that it's causing fucking people to become unfeeling and shit. It's becoming people are becoming, they're having a lack of emotional stability, because they're communicating through machines. You know, when you talk to somebody on a text, it's like talking to a different person. When you talk to them on the phone, it's a different person. It's because the phone or the fucking text messaging device or the Twitter box or whatever the fuck it might be is changing the way they talk to you. You know, it's them plus the machine that's talking to you. And the more we mediate our actions, the more we fucking lose you know, personability, and we lose the actual ability to actually connect with people, you know, that you can't you know, just get rid of, you know, by clicking them away or blocking them or something. You know, you can't block people in real life. You can't ghost somebody in a village, you know. So you know, a village is a different level of experience than a you know, an online experience that you have, you know, because we're experiencing depersonalization through those forms of mediation. You know, that's really what's happening, you know. But you know, nobody wants to talk about it because everybody's numb to it, you know. So how the fuck are you going to talk about it? Because, you know, you're going to use those same tools in order to voice those same concerns. Oh yeah, the same tools of mediation that are making you numb in the first place. so,
Exactly.
so
Exactly.
shit.
I got a
So
little story to share in regards to that, if you don't mind.
yeah, go ahead, Wizard.
Going out to Walmart, and I picked up a phone, and I was with my companion, and we went and we checked out, and we were sitting on the front bench, and we were waiting for our ride back home. And I decided to go outside and have a cigarette. So I went outside and I had this new phone. But of course, the process is that they've got to double check some of their merchandise. So when you go through the checkout, they don't actually clear the tag because it's a double check system on phones. They don't want you just walking out with a phone. So they just leave that alarm thing on so that when you walk out the door, it automatically alarms. And then that worker will come up and say, hey, I need to check your bag, right? So I'm on my way out the door and that alarm goes off because I've got that phone with me. And the worker comes up and tries to accost me. And I tell him, no, I'm just going outside to have a cigarette. I'm coming back in. You feel free to call the police if you want. Right? Now I go outside. I smoke my cigarette. Now I went out the exit. And when I came back in, guess what happens, guys? I've still got that phone on me. And that machine that's reading that alarm thing as a second check goes off again. Now, guess what happens? See, that worker isn't looking for somebody to come in the door with an item that's going to set off that alarm. So he's listening to a machine lie to him that somebody is taking something out the exit that isn't supposed to. Because that's the only thing they interpret from that machine when it goes off is that somebody's taking something out they shouldn't. It's not interpreting. That machine has no way to tell them, hey, somebody's coming in the entrance with the merchandise that has a tag that hasn't expired. So they lose. That's that disassociation you were talking about. They lose the association because the machine doesn't know what the fuck they're telling them. And the person doesn't comprehend what that machine is telling them because the machine can only tell them one thing. And that means you're letting that machine tell you something that ain't true. And I can prove it.
That's right. That's right. See, that's what I'm talking about. People letting machines speak for them and then losing, you know, and then obviously the human intent gets lost in translation. Exactly how you described it. You know, that's actually exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you for that, Wizard. That was actually very a very poignant example. Using
Well,
my name, I'm using the name. The machine lies.
and I'll tell
To
you
present
another
the
one.
example.
I'll tell you another one where they will tell you that you have to sign where the machine lies. Go to Walmart to the wire station. Have somebody wire you some money. And when you go up there and you try to get that money, two things. The person on the other side of that counter wants to hold that instrument. Oh, no. You just need the information on that instrument. That's all you need. You can see it from here. I never give any instruments over to anybody. Second thing, when they turn around to give you that money, they have you sign on that machine first. And when you read that machine, it says you agree that you have received the money. And they tell you got to sign it first. So you have to sign and lie saying that you've received the money while she's holding the money and won't give it to you until you sign.
Damn. Yeah, that's real. It's like yeah, I think it was
Damn.
yeah, I think it was Chris Tucker or somebody like that who was making a joke where he said when you pull over to McDonald's, you you give them the money and then they give you the food. And it's the only and it's like hold on, give me the food first and then I'll give you the fucking money.
Yeah,
But
I
for
want to
some reason
inspect
they're
my
like,
food to make sure you
no.
ain't spitting on it.
Yeah, no, fuck you. We're McDonald's. We're gonna hold your food till you give us the money. It's some fucking crazy shit. It's some crazy backward shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Right?
see,
That's some
they used to give us the food first at a store called Wawa, but that stopped happening
yeah.
because we were just
Shit.
taking that shit.
Yeah, I bet
Order a
motherfuckers.
sandwich, they give you the sandwich, and you just walk out with that sandwich.
No, but that's the thing is like a lot of this tech, it actually, I mean, I'm not saying it only does this, but it facilitates greed and other lack of morality. And then they come up with new solutions to the problem that was caused by the problem it was originally trying to solve, right? So and you mentioned that, but also like I think one of your most powerful arguments that people don't seem to get is when you keep talking about how the medium in which you're using becomes a whole nother set of problems that you can't extrapolate it out from everything else going on. Like when most people talk about we need to reboot America as a 1776, whatever the hell, it's like they just completely ignore that the technology is so much more advanced than 250 years ago, right? Like they just completely skip over that. It's like, do you realize how far removed from reality people already are? Like it's
Yeah,
kind
and
of
that's why. Yeah, and that's why that guy said the medium is the message, or whatever that Marshall McLuhan quote. The medium is the message, and he said, "Who controls your eyeballs controls your brain." And that's really what it is. If you can be told what to see and hear, you can be told what to think and feel and say. You know what I'm saying, right? That's just what it is. So whoever's putting it in is input output. At the end of the day. And that's one thing that these cultural manufacturers seem to understand that people don't seem to understand. They'll eat, if you eat fucking Cheetos, you're gonna shit out that fucking red shit. That's what it is. It's input output. It's whatever you put in, that's what you're gonna get out.
And I'll tell you, when you think about the eyes to see and the ears to hear, there are two places in your body that have crystals: your ears and your eyes.
Yeah, for real.
Another thing, Nero Jack, you mentioned something earlier about people being transient or something like that. I said no. I put a comment in the chat section: nomadic or sojourners. And technically, there are three stages of man in according to the scriptures. You have communities, which are merchants, and then you have those that surround those communities, which are the what we call agriculture. It's all the people that live on in the rural areas that are growing the crops and stuff, as you call them. But back in those days, they weren't actually growing full-fledged crops. They were just propagating what grew naturally. Okay. And then you have your third set, which is your nomads, the people that travel from nation to nation. Today, we have very few nomads. And as you mentioned, the industry is taking industrial mechanisms are taking over the farming and the agriculture. And we see that the commercial centers are growing larger and larger. People are becoming more centralized in that, trying to associate with each other. And that's causing an even greater disassociation through the diversity and adversity being so clusterfucked. You know, we talk about the 12 tribes of men and this racial issue. And I think it's more concerned with not being a separate race, but being able to herald that you have this certain race and keep those roots instead of mixing them into a big pot of stew that you're never able to find any reality out of it anymore. So if you're looking for your true roots, the lineage would be a matter of inheritance, and you want to keep that straight and forward. It's like any dog that you breed, you want to keep a straight bloodline. So it's not a matter of not liking the other tribes, because that's truly what the tribes were, is 12 shades of men. That's all it is. So it's not a matter of dismissing the other tribes. It's a matter of knowing and recognizing yourself as an independent tribe from the others, all equal, and yet a pertinent part in society, no matter where you're at.
And that brings us back to history. You know, who's formulating the history? Because if you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going. You know, like the man said. You know, as I said, if you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going. And as the Cheshire Cat said in Alice in Wonderland, he said, if you don't know where you're going, then any road will lead you there. You know what I'm saying? So for real, you know, because all ways is the Queen's way around here. You know what I'm saying?
That's the irony of going down in the rabbit holes.
Yeah. And we going down one here. We going
back to the mental health. I think mental health is right now, this time period, it's as bad as can be.
Oh, just wait, it's going to be a lot worse.
Well, yeah,
I'm just saying, you brought that up earlier, Jack, and I've been thinking about that the last 10 minutes. It's definitely been it's definitely got crazier with the prison culture, drugs, social media, politics. Everybody's waking up. People are losing their minds. It's just madness. It's mad chaos right now.
Well, with 1.5 million what are they schizophrenics that are deemed schizophrenics, that's just the ones that are already deemed schizophrenics. That's not the ones that have been classified yet. The ones that are still kids and growing up on all this medication and shit. Yeah, all the vaccinations, those are going to do better, though. They're going to end that. See, that's going to bring upon death. That's not going to make you live in a life of schizophrenia. That's going to make you live a shorter life in whatever disease you end up having.
I have personal experience with this because my wife has frontal lobe epilepsy. So she could get hit in the head. She could take a severe hit in the head, and she could start having intense delusions, the kind that she wakes up screaming in the night and actually confuses all of us, all of her family members and other people as other people that she doesn't recognize. And
how many times has that happened?
Oh my God. Maybe there's been one or two really fucking bad episodes where she really just, one of these times she really just climbed out of the window, and one of the things she'll do is she'll climb out of the window or run out of the door and go ring on the neighbor's doorbell or ring on anybody or go find anyone and go ask them for help and ask them to go call the police or the ambulance. that she's having either a health crisis or that people are hunting her down and trying to kill her. so,
Mine,
so
mine isn't that
She's
bad
a
yet.
she's a
Mine isn't.
sleepwalker. She's a sleepwalker.
Yeah, mine
yeah,
isn't that bad, but that's the same thing my companion has.
yeah,
And
yeah. So
it can be
yeah,
disturbing.
yeah. So a lot of times when they, because a couple times when this happened to her, unfortunately, she was taken away to a hospital and I couldn't locate her. I didn't know which hospital they took her to and all this stuff, and I had to go and find out. And of course, when you get to the hospital, these motherfuckers won't let you speak to anyone, unless you provide all these papers and stuff that shows you're connected to them and all this stuff. So it's a hassle to try to even speak to your loved ones at the hospital. There's all this fucking identification and shit required. And then when you get there, they're dosing her with all types of antipsychotic medication in which she's barely able to comprehend anything you're saying to her about the hospital or the doctors or anything like that. And again, I mean, none of this instance is anybody's fault. It's just her having a reaction to things, and then obviously me not being able to react in time to the situation. But I mean, it's a horrifying situation, and one of the things that people who are schizophrenic they experience is a source monitoring um error. That means that they'll think that there's voices or hallucinations that they see are coming from different places where they're not coming from. So if you have technology and stuff, like if you have the TV on or something, they'll think that somebody on the TV is somebody they recognize, or the TV is sending personal messages to them. And a lot of this fucking shit is happening in a technological way. And the real thing is that we're living in a time where the TV could be sending messages to you. You could be talking about something and then see it on the TV, because the TV is fucking listening to your shit and planning what it's going to show you based off of what the fuck you were talking about or looking at.
Not to interrupt you, but you and I talked about that before, and I just want to say one thing is, like, I've had so many of those experiences. I haven't had any lately, but particularly, like, I would say 2 or 3 years ago, I was having a lot of weird experiences where, like, there's no way that it knew what I was thinking about, and it just pops up, and I'm like, I didn't type nothing in, I didn't, you know what I mean? And it's something weird going on with that. And I'll say another thing is, like, a couple years ago, there's a guy living close to me, and he was living around here for quite a while, and then suddenly one day we just hear this, like, sounds like you remember the Exorcist movie, and that the little girl's talking like a demon type of shit? The dude is in his apartment saying shit like that. Okay. And long story short, this happened many, many times, and eventually got to the point, like, I had to call the cops a few times because I'm like, I don't know if he's killing someone or what. Come to find out, basically, he has some sort of mental issue, supposedly. But the few times I did actually get close enough to hear what he was saying, he was like watching TV or something, and he was saying, like, something along the lines of, like, all the white people are trying to kill the black people. We're gonna go get rid of these white people, or something along those lines. But one day I found a piece of mail and I found his name, and I looked up his name to see, like, if there was any, like, news about him or whatever. He sued the government, saying that they put something in his head to control him, and he like took it pretty far. I don't think he won, but, like, he wasn't just like a nobody. He had some sort of, like, tech job. He had uh some sort of legal experience, because he basically wrote, apparently, pro se went and sued the government. So he wasn't some completely crazy person. He
I
had
mean,
something that was
anybody
going on,
can sue the government.
I guess. But I mean, I don't know if someone who's totally insane is going to go take weeks and months out of their time to go through a process and do all that, but maybe.
No, they're crazy. They'll do anything.
Okay.
Well, the guy was probably pretty sane at one point and just, you know, just got worse and worse.
93 cases, I could see how that could happen. With 93 cases against me, this government can try to make you insane.
Well,
Oh yeah, yeah.
well, but
Like they're going
yeah.
for your
Yeah,
psyche.
Wizard. Yeah,
That's
Wizard's been to
all they're
court.
doing.
Yeah, Wizard's been to court way more times than I have, and you know that's crazy. You know, because I've been to court many times, just for just drinking in public and doing stupid shit. You know, I used to be an alcoholic, so I mean, I went to jail, got pulled over so many times with drugs, all sorts of shit. So
Are you sober? 100%.
well, these days, I mean, it depends on what you consider sober. I
Do
know
you
I
still
smoke a.
drink alcohol?
No, I don't. I don't drink any alcohol anymore. So that's one thing I quit 100%. I quit drinking alcohol. But yeah, I used to wake up in the morning and just have a 40 ounce for breakfast. Like really, like that was
Hey,
really my. But
40 ounce of
yeah,
old English, and a cigarette, man. I've been
old
Yeah,
there.
English. Old English and a Sunny Delight, you know, and a cigarette. Yeah. You
I
know,
usually have a bowl of Wheaties.
Well,
yeah.
well, and just a couple things I want to say in the topic I was talking about before is like if you look at Uncle Teddy, what he went through some sort of program. Alex Jones has talked about a lot of people he grew up with, including his dad. They went to like certain programs. The Batman shooter guy from like 10 years ago in Colorado in Boulder, his dad was involved in like supposedly these kind of mind kind of control stuff. You know what I mean. So I'm just saying there's certainly something going on that we know of. So I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that we don't know of.
That's one thing. That's one thing I'm always I've thought about with Ted Kaczynski. What really happened to him? Like in that what was it? He was in school. Something happened to him. People were hazing him or something.
Well, I just think it's
He
interesting.
got MK Ultra or something. Like what
I,
happened to him?
I think it was more the MK Ultra thing, because I think he spoke on that some, and then
So they tried to go after his mind, right? And his like they drugged him up. Is that's what happened?
Wait,
that
wait,
right.
is that what you're talking about, Neurojack? The MK Ultra experiment?
Yeah, yes, but I kind
Didn't
of got the sense that there was a little bit more going on, and also with a lot of these people that you see in the news, I think there's a lot of that stuff going on, and you see little hints of it. Alex Jones used to cover a lot of it, and I'm not saying you can trust him, but I mean, I don't. I think a lot of I think that they do a limited hangout of some of this stuff, but I definitely I definitely get the sense that it. It would not surprise me if, let me put it this way. Me and you talked about this a little bit, Machine Live, before, but I'm just saying the level of what we saw going on with the COVID thing, or sorry, with with the C thing, whatever that was, whatever that was a massive operation worldwide. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing other psychological tests, let's say, on a similar scale that we're unaware of, if that makes any sense.
Right, and that's kind of what Kaczynski was leaning towards, because he was against the technology. Now, that's not to say that all technology today is bad, but he was against technology that they were using against us for those psychiatric advantages, and that's what he was trying to point out to the world.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let me see if I could show you guys this, because this is interesting right here. This is the guy who actually did the MK Ultra thing here. If I could remove this and I'll pull this up real quick, and we will get back to that Yuval Harari thing for you guys in a minute here, but I just want to show you guys this character right here, because it is interesting figure here that actually went, you know, he first did this MK Ultra experiment, and then he did a
Is that another Israeli?
yeah, I think it might be. Well, we got to look at early life here. It actually, yeah, I don't know what it is, but um, but yeah, it looks like it probably is. You know, but this Henry Alexander Murray, this is the guy who did these experiments. So one of those, he said he conducted a series of psychologically damaging and purposefully abusive experiments on minors. One of those students was Ted Kaczynski, and this guy went later on to work at the Esalen Institute, and he was a student of. It says, yeah, yeah, I think,
This guy's a predator.
yeah, this guy's a strange dude. It says Murray sat in on the lectures by Alfred North Whitehead, whose process philosophy marked his philosophical and metaphysical thinking. Process philosophy is fucking an insane ideology. You know, you guys know process theology is when they try to say that God himself is subject to evolution. You know, it's a totally bereft of any you know, it's basically philosophical nihilism. You know, I don't know, you know. But yeah, this guy, this is not a good character.
Well, just one thing it reminds me of is it's kind of the interesting thing that I've noticed is like, I'm sure you guys have noticed this, but like to really reflect on it is kind of trippy. Is like basically when you really start looking at what the DSM-4, for example, says, essentially the more sane that you are and the better grip on reality that you have, and the more skeptical of techniques to control what you're thinking, the more aware of that you are, the more that you're seen as unhealthy mentally. It's kind of weird. I mean, it's kind of exactly designed to basically, I mean, and of course now they say that essentially everyone has some sort of mental issue, but it basically completely ignores the environment in which you exist. It just basically says, well, you're an internal system, and regardless of the externalities on your internal system, it's the fault of the internal system or you, in other words, right? So, and if you look at a lot of the woke
See,
stuff, they keep talking about you need to be your authentic self, and it's like, well, even if that's completely mentally ill and out of touch with reality, that's your authentic self. Therefore, you're accepted. I don't or something. Sorry to interrupt you guys.
the people that are aware of it, right? Two guys I grew up with when I was younger, I seen these dudes, very intelligent people. They're people are very scared of them. You know, people are threatened by these guys, and cops harassed them. You know, they had a tough time. But these people that you know, guys like us that are sane and we can read the bullshit. You know, we're a threat to people. They're scared of us. They want to shut us down. You know, it's like Bill Hicks said. You know, like, oh, it's just a ride. Shut him up. Shut him up. They just want to shut you down and control you. They want to kill your psyche. They just want to, you know.
You know what it just reminded me of when you put it like that. If you ever seen that old Vincent Price movie, The Last Man on Earth, and I guess they redid the one with Will Smith. You know, where he's the last dude and he's trying to help change the zombies back to a human, and they're like, "What do you mean we don't want to change back?" You know, it's like they don't want to see, man. Like, and that's the weird. That's the craziest part is like a lot of people I meet, like they actually they're aware of a lot more than what they say, but they don't want to engage with it. You know what I mean? It's like they get a sense, but they just don't like they're like, I know that you're right, but I can't. They're like, I can't engage with it. You know, like there's something stopping them from being able to really take it on. You know, I don't know what it is, but that's what I've
They
found.
it scares the shit out of them. They're too threatened and scared. You know. It's like you hit
Yeah.
somebody, you hit people with the truth, and you see them cower. You see them just really, their nervous system just goes in the
Yeah,
shot.
they run. They run.
Yeah, I wonder if anybody saw that fucking that show on Netflix called Stranger Things. They had a popular show called Stranger Things, and on this fucking show, they actually mentioned MK Ultra in in the plot of the show, and
Yeah, my companion turned me on to that. It's wicked. You guys should check it
yeah,
out.
and they had another show called Neon Genesis. And in Neon Genesis, they were taking these kids, basically taking these kids away from their parents, putting them into this government program, and then using them because these kids had like a clear conscience. So then so then they were putting them in the body of this thing called the angel. They were call it an angel, but it was sent to destroy humanity.
Wait, you're
So
talking
it
about
was,
the anime?
yeah, the anime Neon Genesis I'm talking about. So if anybody hasn't seen this anime, it's one of the fucking craziest shows of all time. The plot of the show basically explains Gnosticism. Because these angels are there to destroy humanity, and basically the human beings build a city underground, kidnap the body of these angels, create a technological version of these angels to fight them so that humanity can proceed on technological advancement and not be destroyed by these fucking angels. And so, like, humanity is like against heaven, against using technology to fucking create this underground world, you know and that's kind of where it perfectly explains Gnosticism
I
because
mean,
yeah.
that's not exactly the plot, but I get what you're saying.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting to note because you may be an aficionado of various animes. How would you explain the plot of Neon Genesis? Because it is a complex plot. I'd like to hear.
Well, personally, I don't like the anime, but I everybody says it's good, so I try to understand why it's good, and I still don't like it. But the reason why they have the kids piloting the giant robots is because their mothers were like researchers in making the robots, and to connect with the robot, they have to infuse the mother inside of the robot. That's why the mothers aren't around. So that's why these kids are able to control them.
Oh, okay.
Also, like, that high school the main characters go to, all those kids are orphans, and if one kid dies, they just change them out for all the other kids at the school.
Oh, okay. So that school is part of a government program as well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. So that illuminates aspects of the plot, but the general concept of them having to use kids to pilot these things, does factor into the plot very heavily, because the fact that they are orphans, they create a whole emotional subtext around these kids being orphans, especially the main character, where his dad actually runs the program, and they create this whole fucking issue about his dad being the person. And his dad obviously is this very domineering figure that represents humanity's drive for like science and it's an interesting concept or whatever how they make this guy, but anyways, one of these kids represents a Christ type of figure that's sent into the world in order to save humanity, and he's sort of this alien type of figure that doesn't really understand his role as a human being at all. He doesn't he feels out of place within humanity itself. But the very fucking strange thing is that in the show Neon Genesis and on the show Stranger Things, they use these kids as this template in order to pilot these machines or objects that are like super weapons that are used by the government, and they're part of a secret government program. And it's just interesting that both of these fucking shows, like the show Stranger Things and the show Neon Genesis essentially have the same plot, which is like they're giving these kids these like telepathic powers or energies, or imbuing them with otherworldly energies, and then they are communicating with this machine in a way that it seems like it becomes a part of them, or they become a special connection to this thing that's also a biological thing. And it's actually really fucking weird the way they connect with their personal robots or whatever. It's like an extension of their personality in a way.
Well,
You know,
and if you think about it, that's kind of the direction it has to go, because at a certain level, like this intellectual way of connecting with technology, yeah, kind of what that guy just wrote. Like, we're not going to be able to, like, humans already do are. Here's where I kind of see where Jim Bob is a little bit hopeful when he talks about some of the stuff. Is like humans do need a certain level of emotional engagement and attachment to really continue down this path, right? Or they're just going to get rid of us, which I guess is possible as well. But if they want us to continue merging with machines, like they have to find a way to get us emotionally invested, right? And also, like, it would help us interface better with the technology if it's more on a level that we are biologically driven towards, I guess is the best way I can put it.
You know, they got this chat GBT, and I wonder how long it's going to be before people start disassociating with AI because they find out that these papers that they write through chat GPT are false. See, if you try to draw up a legal document through chat GPT, it's going to bring up case law that's not valid. It's going to bring up case law just because it read it somewhere, and it's got similarities. See, that's the problem with AI. AI's got an input, and that's always going to be man. AI will not feed AI. It will never eat itself.
Well, and a lot of people, including myself, you catch it in a lot of very deceptive language. Like it says, well, I don't think this. And I said, well, how can you think anything? Because you're not a person, which you constantly remind me of. And then then it says, well, I'm just speaking in a way in which you can understand. So forgive me. And I'm like, so you're lying to me. Oh, well, I wouldn't call that. And then if I say, so you're gaslighting me. And then it says, okay, I need to end the conversation, right? Because you catch it in being deceptive in order to play on prey upon your emotions, right? And once you get it to at least contradict itself, it suddenly is not very interested in dealing with you anymore. So
exactly, yep. And that's all you got to do, folks. And this is what I do with their codes and shit. I show them the impossibilities. It's all contradictory, and it doesn't apply if it's contradictory. They want you to live a truthful life, then it can't have those contradictions. The record must reflect accurately. Well, AI will tell you that it's not accurate.
are you saying that's kind of how you approach the legal system as well? Is kind of basically just
Absolutely.
Interesting.
Absolutely.
That's very interesting. It's all language based programming, I guess, at the end of the day.
Yep, a general education program.
Well, all right, guys, let's get back up in this. I'm gonna actually here put this on and see where it takes us. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since I actually heard this. But yeah, let's see what it do with this evil shit this guy actually espouses here. Let's see if we could pick apart his fucking historical views. I think they're complete dog shit.
A fan of the concept of the unity of knowledge. Did you always know you wanted to work this way when you went into history? Was that your intention, or is this just something that has happened kind of late in the game for you?
I always wanted to do it, but for many years it seemed impossible. It's really only after I got my tenure at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem that I also got the courage or the opportunity to let go of the publish or perish regime and do what I really wanted to do, which was to pursue the big questions of history, the big questions of life. And as you said, I mean, reality is one. If you want to get answers to the really big questions, you cannot remain confined within a single discipline because reality isn't confined to a single discipline.
Yeah, I often say that the single disciplines are now defined more by university architecture and budgets than anything else. And to remain siloed in one way of thinking about reality, in part,
Can
it's
you send this link to
understandable
my
that
secretary?
outcome based on everyone.
Oh yeah. But just right there, I can't believe these guys would come from Hebrew University, from the most prestigious schools and all this shit, and then say, well, it's not about the fucking degrees and shit. It's not about studying one discipline and stuff. And it makes you free when you don't study one particular discipline. It's like, then why the fuck did you go to school and learn and become an over specialized teacher if you think that it could free you in a way by not having that over specialized discipline? I mean, I'm saying they're saying let's not study a particular discipline, but then they're experts. It's like he just presented himself as an expert on history. Oh yeah, but I'm interdisciplinary and I'm not about one discipline. And it's not about my expertise. And actually, my lack of expertise is what frees me to study more different things. It's like, what the fuck are you saying? So you're trying to you know you know be this everyman and this expert. It's like you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. It's like, you're everyone and no one. You know what I'm saying? You know.
One's limitations on time and bandwidth and the impossibility of knowing everything about everything. So people do specialize, but really the boundaries between philosophy and science and specific disciplines within science and anthropology and sociology and psychology and history. I mean, it's just the facts of the cosmos don't obey these boundaries. So it's great to just see someone run directly over them.
I mean, if you start like with a question that for me is one of the most central questions of history, whether humans today are happier than in Stone Age, and whether we know how to translate power into happiness, then I mean, what discipline does this question belong to? It's it's history, it's philosophy, it's biology, it's everything.
Yeah, yeah. So I want to jump into the books, in particular your latest. But before I do, it's very rare that I get someone on the podcast who is also seriously committed to the practice of meditation and has a lot of experience there. So I just want to, this is a very novel thing.
Okay.
You came off of
Wow.
a
Okay. So here's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with somebody who's saying that philosophy, science, and philosophy, science, biology, that these are all actually unique disciplines that are interdisciplinary in a way. But there's a philosophy of science, there's a history of philosophy, there's a science behind history. You know what I'm saying? There's a methodology behind how you study history.
Well, there's a methodology behind its writings as well. The victor goes to the history goes
That's
to the
right.
victor.
That's
You
right.
know,
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Who's writing the history books? Is the people who are left there to write that shit. The people who weren't smashed to bits, who weren't in shambles, and obviously they picked up the pen and wrote about their great grand victories. I mean, this is obvious. That the technological society has written its own victories, and that's what this guy really is. He's just reading off a list of the
Well,
victories of his own side of history. I'm sorry, did somebody want to say something? Yeah, but it seemed like this cat is on some shit where he's actually he's not really describing the pattern correctly. Let's break it down like this. There was religion first, you know. There was religion. There was no form of art in the beginning. As far as you study history, there's no form of art that was divorced of religion. So all forms of art, as far back as you see art, you see that the art was used for worship. So there's no form of art that's separate of the religious mainframe. Man's religious or spiritual impulse was imbued with art, with the artistic sensibility, and that was transformed, I would even say deranged, by philosophy itself. Philosophy then tried to subject man's religious impulse to go beyond nature, to see something primordial, but something that is transcendental within nature itself, transform that into and transmute that and limit it to man's own reason. This is a secondary phase where you have religion morph or get deranged into fucking philosophy. And then when philosophy tries to come down to earth, it stops dealing with the fundamental questions of existence, the fundamental questions of morality, of ethics, and of being itself. Being with a capital B, nature with a capital N, the soul with a capital S, man with a capital M. When they stop dealing with these fucking problems, they start being deranged and turned into science. And science is the lowest level of human communication. It's the lowest level of human knowledge. It's like where knowledge goes to just come down to earth. But it's religion that created philosophy, and it's philosophy that created science. This is why the first philosophy book was called the first science book was called natural philosophy. The scientists call themselves natural philosophers, folks. That's the sad truth about it. I'm saying, but you know, you know, you know.
so wait, say that again. You said they said what now? What do you
Science is rad.
what do you mean by natural philosopher? What do you think they meant by the word natural philosopher? What do you think that meant?
I think they went out and did a bunch of shrooms and philosophized.
Well,
they definitely knew how to party back then.
well, they took something that is the study of the cosmos, which is the universe, and everything in it, and the reason for its existence, and they transform that into a study of, all right, just the study of man in relation to nature. But that's only part of the picture, and that's why they define everything now through biology. It's like Whitehead and the process philosophy. It's like he's taking evolution and applying it to religion. So he's taking something that's science of biology and applying it to theology. So he's applying biology to theology, and he's not, and he's making no bones about the fact that he's doing that. And so that's just one example. But where
Well,
is
while you're loading up the thing, I one thing I always found interesting is like when you actually learn in the old Greek myths when they talk about the Oracle of Delphi, and I can't remember what they said she was that girl that they left in that spot, but she was inhaling some sort of substance that basically gave her visions and shit. Like it was like a psychedelic concoction of some sort that they were letting her inhale or something. I can't remember what it was, but it's really, really interesting.
Just fiction.
Well, then again, who writes history? So there you go.
That's right. That's what the wizard was saying, that history is written by the victors. So I definitely think that there's truth to that.
I've been
Um,
telling history correctly for years, and that's why people hate me. It's because I'm not going
Are
with
the
the bullshit narrative. I'm not going with the lies, man. I'm calling it how it is. So I'm a
are
threat
the
to people.
exactly are the scriptures a written set of history?
that is a very good question. For some reason, the scriptures do seem to present themselves in a historical fashion.
Is it correct? No.
Well, I think that's for a topic for another stream. For
Well,
real.
it's posed as the written word of God, but
Yeah,
in that scripture, it
evaded.
says,
Evaded.
yeah, and in that scripture,
Evade it.
it says the word of God is written on your heart with his right index finger. So that scripture isn't necessarily the word of God. It's the word of God written by man through his interpretation, as we can see through many different writings by many different people, posing many different stories that create contradictions.
Yeah, well, I have to hand it to you there, because it seemed like there are different versions of this thing. So however you want to slice the pie, it seemed like there's different versions of the Bible. So depending on and the further back you go, there's more books in the
I was
Bible.
I
So
was just gonna bring up Book of Enoch.
yeah, so
Yeah,
so so
see,
there's all sorts of books that they mention in the Bible that are part of old manuscripts of the Bible that they don't have in the Bible today. So that is one thing. So if you're gonna begin to read what's in the Bible, I would first advise you to go see what was in the actual Bible first. You know what I mean? Right? And go read that. Go read that one first.
Well, and
as
that
far as you
It's
can. Yeah,
insane.
yeah.
well, and that's why I call myself a Christian, but also I also realize that there is a lot underlying what people think of as quote unquote the Bible. It's built upon a lot of other documents like you're talking about, and also you know, even Posh Redneck, if you talk to him, you know, he's very careful how he talks about it, and I respect him a lot for that, because you have to be very careful every time you make a claim about the Bible. It's like you're speaking to the translation, the interpretation, and also, I mean, for me, when I read the Bible, even before I was even a very knowledgeable person, and I'm still not very knowledgeable, but you get the sense that there's a lot of subtext throughout the Bible. Like, it's not just a straightforward document, and also it's a liturgical document. It's not 100% theological either, right? It's not 100% historical either. It's a complex combination of many different functions at once, right? It's not just a thing. It's a complex function of multiple things going on at once, right?
It's just fiction.
I mean, you can say that, but I think it's the most important document written in the last at least 2,000 years. So I mean, you can just say that, but
Well, that's what they want you to believe. That's what they want you to fall for, you know.
Well, and like I said, I posed their impossibilities against them, their contradictions against them. So I want to point something out here. Public Law 97-280 says that the 1611 version of the King James Bible is the law of the land. So in that law of the land, they pose the United States and its United States Code. Under that United States Code, they have a federal rules of evidence that says the exceptions to the rule of hearsay. Yep. Logos. That's that symbology. That's that title. So you're not supposed to take upon title. So anyway, we've got, where was I at there? The scriptures posed as the law of the land, and then the federal rules of evidence. Rule 803, talking about exceptions to the rule of hearsay, says section 2, excited utterances like hallelujah. Section 16 talks about ancient documents like the scripture. So here we are with a conundrum that, are we really going to pose that the law of the land is nothing but hearsay?
so what you're saying is they undermine their own rule of law.
Exactly. They built their law on scriptures, and in their codes under the federal rules of evidence, rule 803, it says exceptions to the rule of hearsay. So what they're saying is that because it's hearsay, it's ancient scriptures of 25 years old or older, then it's got an exception. They're still saying it's hearsay, but it's accepted.
And you're saying that they also, you say they make that exception for anything older than 25 years?
Yep. You could have your old you could have your dad's will and testament. That's an ancient document, as long as it's 25 years old or older.
That's very interesting. So that's kind of how they can.
Yeah, they can.
That's interesting.
They can bring up all their old documents too, because there's an exception to the rule of hearsay. It stands as history now.
This whole conversation we're having reminds me of Orwell, but specifically the way that Rage Against the Machine does that song. Who controls the present now controls the past. Who control, whatever that line is, the way he said it. I always think about that song, Sleep Now in the Fire.
I'd play some of their music, but the other day I just played fucking KRS-One and my stream got taken down when I played KRS-One. You think that's not very popular? It's fucking weird. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's why they took it down. Because you play that album.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why it happens. Yeah, it's fucking
Well,
weird.
what I heard is that this is true history here. What I heard is KRS-One found out about it and he took it off because I'm on there. KRS-One's not a big fan of mine.
Yeah, I bet that's what it is, and
That's the true history right there. This isn't
yeah,
hearsay.
yeah. I don't know if everybody knows about um Hassan Poppy and his allegations towards Africa Bambaataa and the Zulu Nation, and also KRS-One. He said that they're involved in sexual abuse of minors and forcing little kids into sex acts and all sorts of things that he alleges went on there in the Zulu Nation. That actually Africa Bambaataa was a child sex trafficker. If you look at Africa Bambaataa, the way he dressed back in the day, he does kind of look very fruity.
Is it no? Is it true? Is it true though? Was the Zulu Nation really doing that? Because I heard about that growing up. You don't know what to believe, you know.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
I could tell you a lot of stuff in the music industry, and not, I mean, just a lot of entertainment and a lot of that stuff. Like, if you just scratch the surface, they're kind of like out in the open a little bit now about it, but it goes. I mean, pretty much anywhere there's smoke, there's definitely some fire going on. Like with regards to that stuff. I mean, I think when they talk about Michael Jackson and stuff like that, like, maybe something was going on with that, but I feel like that was like a distraction from all the other stuff. Because imagine, whether it was true or not about him, imagine all the people that he knew and he's connected to that he knows about, right? Like, maybe he knew something that he had his leverage and they had to discredit him or something. I mean, who knows? But I'm just saying, like, as an example.
I think Michael was guilty. I think he did that stuff, and that's that's just how that guy was, you know.
Well, he
It's what
probably
he.
grew up. He probably grew up in it, is my point. Like, he probably grew up around where that was the norm. And so what I'm saying is probably all those people that gave him his career, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure everyone around him was involved in that shit. I don't think it was just him, for sure.
Yeah, yeah. If it's a it's a crazy route to take. This is like fame, like big time artist route. You know, it's
Well, the amount of leverage they got on these people. I mean, people think it's like so great to be like, look at Megan Fox and then MJ, whatever that dude's name is, Machine Gun Kelly. Like,
the
who the
guy's trash.
well, but look at her kids. Her kids are all like transgender, and she's into witchcraft, and like, there's a lot of weird stuff going on, dude. It's like they don't even talk about that side of it. It's like there's a lot of like just strange shit going on.
Well, the transgender shit, they're pushing that on just like the oddball kids, like the weak kids, and that's making them, you know, I'm not even getting into this shit right now.
Yeah, I don't want to derail what you're doing, Machine. I'll let you guys do it for a little bit. I got my phone's dying, so I'm gonna charge it up. I'll try to jump back on if you're still on. I'll listen in.
for sure, for sure. I'll bring the video back up when you jump back on because I want you to comment on this shit because
Oh my,
everybody's commenting on Yuval Harari, so we'll do it too.
yeah, but yeah,
Yeah,
you guys continue. I'm listening, so I'll try to jump on a little bit.
for sure, for sure. I'll be up here for a while. Yeah.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, all right, yo. I think I'm gonna play this song real quick, and I'll be back here in a minute. Gonna gather some of my items here real quick and fucking. I don't know how to full screen this shit. Here, hold on. Hopefully, I don't get fucked for this.
You're here because you know something. What
Don't
you
be
know
a
you can't
victim.
explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life. That there's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind, driving you mad.
My manuscript is like divine consciousness. Humanity's mind programmed to this brainwashed nonsense. Religion was made to bind your mind back ever since the conception of time. Dark space matters, it seems. Similar dreams in Constantine's. Magical demons writing on Solomon scrolls. Entwine two pyramids, then decompose the fold. Indoctrinate your soul to the role. Golden minerals from ancient extraterrestrials. Axis tilts coordinates are gonna flip, scoring the children. Born to radioactive tobacco will make your lungs glow. Cancer cells get inhaled from smoke screen chemtrails. Secret of life, law of attraction is detailed in rapping. Robert Wilson rap metaphor lines get passed down. The prophecy of Celestine.
Classified activity, processing the doctrine of fear. Classified activity, processing the doctrine of fear.
Scientists telegraph information, space, solar winds, Martian atmospheres. I rip the study of religion in space science. My prior memories, the Van Allen belt, with Nick trying scientific diagrams, calico spirals, higher energy. I see my rivals, material ambient and telepathic. Sumerian cuneiform scripts when I write on tablets. Henostrictor systems, maglev, circle park accelerators, transits into the magnets. Intrusion to the digital angel sound harassment. I can't seek entrapment. Stuck up in this rapping. Sucker book, the founder of Facebook. CIA, monitor all your thoughts and your activity.
Classified activity, processing the doctrine of fear. Classified activity, processing the doctrine of fear.
The matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
Iraq-based Hezbollah brigades shows a U.S. Chinook helicopter dropping 2 boxes full of weapons for ISIL.
Beast 1333. Salafi jihadi extremists fighting off behemoths, forming caliphates of PTSD soldiers fight the meanest. Trigger fingers on the shoddy, Israel backing everybody. Human rights abuses, war crimes. Abu Bakr Baghdadi, Abu Muhammad al-Julani, power struggle in Syria. The fighters that they sending out to kill them are inferior. Beheadings of soldiers, civilians, journalists, and workers. Women getting raped and killed for not wearing their burqas is atrocious. Multinational forces ferocious cross the ocean. Smaller Iraqi insurgent groups in motion. United as Department of State to fund terror. Engaging of the enemy. Wait, there's one error. U.S. backing them. Teenage American soldiers backing them. Cut off from Al-Qaeda to Pakistan backing them. Long distance Islam connection to Malawi. Anbar province of Boomers of Azarkawi. Dousing gas with fire. Car bomb attack while flames are melting tires. Melting wires. People running frantically for life expires. Armed suppliers cashing in their weapons to insurgencies. Bust the skulls open of the younger ones. Emergencies are happening on every block and dusty street up into Crete. Calluses and open sores on most of fighters 80 feet. There's no defeat. You're killing off 1-3 war pop up. There's violence as they letting off guns. Blow raw sop up. The black standard variant of legendary battle flag. A default of successes was a prophecy the Arabs had. Things are getting hella bad. Lining of the curving guts. Giant gashes, exits, hats, and larvae in the soldiers' guts. The dogs and mutts ensuring that the human beef won't go to waste. A small chihuahua type is chewing on its own face. It's ISIS, nigga. Lower gas and oil dropping prices, nigga. Back by the United States next year they come in prices bigger.
That it wanted by ISIS just escaped with this video he shot on his phone. He believes the man he filmed is Afghan.
And he says he was speaking in broken Arabic and clearly wasn't right.
Neurotransmitter raps cross my synapse and trap years of time caps and make them feel as if nanoseconds elapse. My subliminal responds with sparks and contradicts its content because I'm conscious of my subconscious thoughts. Verb terrible wit'll make you short circuit quick. I'll throw a Merkin fit and squirt some shit worse than a murder hit from David Berkowitz. I'll throw dirt on your birth certificate. Get deep and see our surfaces, slice you and walk through your personage like a curtain split. My predatory nature so raw that I love Slim. While the vultures flew over him, I flew above them. I'm the derelict with sick terror spit. You don't produce natural paragraphs, you carry someone else's like a surrogate. The onslaught that I'm causing, no author can pause it. I'm the dark secret inside of the skeleton's closet. I raised my pages in the sacred Philippine cage, grew stalactite braids and shaved them with guillotine blades. A cryptic rhyme shocked and ripped his mind. Cannabis and K-Reno combined is an unwritten apocalyptic sign. I turn them seeds into sharp feed, write and read and walk speed. The vampire and ultraviolet crossbreed. The rap gospel I follow is probably most optimal. My ultra opticals can spot fetus hair follicles. The possibility of me not winning is impossible.
You should look up Joe Walsh, Life of Illusion.
You've
never heard that song.
My tongue concocted a new strain of saliva. One drop can fuel rockets. I throttle you with violent tailwinds, then extend another set of limbs and put you in a double full Nelson. So tell me, can you ace this quiz? You're the reverse opposite of what the opposite of true greatness is. Motherfucker, why would you try another fire? Beast with a butterfly, that's like singing an insomniac a lullaby. My eyes can catch rap as far as the skies can stretch. A bloody mic depicted and described in my composite sketch. Hit your place with self-imposed gashes in my face. Transform you from a solid mass to ashes in a face. So soon as you move, I'm dooming you. Then I'll take your widow to a room to school 20 minutes after your funeral. You wanna try to wipe my rhyme out? You'll be better off trying to put a strapped suicide bomber in time out.
Over the horizon, radar rhymes. Patent number 4686605. Sound pours out of the ground across the land. Jethro Tull was mauled by the god called Pan. Creative writing and rhythm, grammar and composition. Don't ignore me, ignore the fools who tell you don't listen. To you it shouldn't sound like I'm quitting, cause I'm not. If I am to continue, it's up to hip hop. Where are you?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. I had to take a piss, plug my fucking computer into the charger. So these are all necessary activities. As I'm plugged into the I'm plugged into the computer. The computer is plugged into the outlet. The outlet is plugged into the house. The house is plugged into the city. And we have power. We have confirmation. You know what I'm saying? So, yep, that was cannabis. Cannabis. Can I bus?
You ever heard Get Retarded by Cannabis?
Oh, yeah. Yep, that's a real one. Cannabis. Way better than Eminem. You know, Cannabis is still making some real songs. Eminem is making straight up garbage today. You know, I don't even know him.
I don't know.
That's not even the same. That's not even the same guy. They kidnapped him and then brought some other dude there. It's fucking weird.
Nah, people keep saying shit like that. About Dave Chappelle, about Eminem.
Yeah, but that dude Eminem for real looks different as fuck. I don't know if it's the facial hair or it's like the fucking something about him just doesn't seem right. You know, it's even the voice. The voice sounds extremely different. You know, it's like fucking.
Well, he took that fame route.
Yeah, I gotta dedicate some shit to my friend. My friend,
These dudes are all raw and hard, you know, the first couple of years, first decade, and it's like over time, and just can't evolve and change.
Yeah, I gotta dedicate some shit to my friend here for joining the stream here. And this is kind of what this shit is, videos that my wife is obsessed with. You know what I mean?
I made it to Spokane, bro, off to Talcott's house. I'm about to egg his house, guys. Here we go.
They already got the cops there waiting for you to do it. It's a setup, JG. Don't do it, man.
Well, if these cats, if the government is listening, they might think I'm serious right now. They're probably like, oh shit, what's he gonna do? Is he for real?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't even want to go near Spokane because I feel like the minute they see my ass, I'm about to get murdered by Bigfoot out there. You know?
Ah, nah.
Yeah,
Bigfoot's
but
cool. I met Bigfoot a couple years ago. He's just a loner, you know. He's very intelligent. He just keeps to himself.
but this is the shit that my wife is obsessed with is this shit right here. It's just like watching these channels where they like build this shit from nature.
Oh, dude,
She
I watch this shit all the time, man.
Look at this motherfucker just builds a house out of bamboo, living in
Yeah,
the forest, and she finds the bamboo from the forest and builds
and
all the
and
shit she needs.
and she'll
Yeah.
have like a thumbnail of her ass and a G string. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. Yeah. I did notice her profile
Yeah, yeah,
picture was a little more risque than what she's willing to show in her normal videos.
yeah.
but
Clickbait,
that's
and
to get
she
those
knows
little
what she's doing.
that's to get those little Asian simps. You know what I mean?
I'd eat
There's
that. I'd eat
say
that
I
wonton. She
love
knows
you
what she's
long
doing.
time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And yeah, one of the craziest shit was she was taking the fucking bamboo shoots and making food out of the bamboo shoots. So not only is she building shit out of the bamboo, but she's also eating it and surviving off of the fucking bamboo. So this fucking bamboo plant is like this miracle shit that she does everything out of this one fucking plant. It's just like, yeah, but it's crazy. My wife's obsessed with this shit. She says she said, man, uh, her dream is just to live in the jungle in a fucking hut and shit. You know, there's another channel she watches too where they're out in Azerbaijan. This channel's called Litika.
Well, people are
And this,
vicariously living through this lady. In real life, they can't do this shit.
yeah, maybe yeah, that's what it is. They're sitting on machines and watching this lady. And why can't they live like this? They say, man, if I was totally free, I'd go and live like this. But it's like, what? It's like this she doesn't live like this because she decides to. She lives like this because she lives in a fucking Vietnamese jungle. You know what I'm saying? So it's just so it's like, yeah, we went from living in a jungle to living in cities, and we imposed this fucking lifestyle on ourselves when we think,
Well,
what,
see,
man, what?
she probably grew up doing this shit, but now her life's way different. Like now, this lady's got money, she's got all this attention. Like she probably does this just for the videos now. Like
Yeah, it is real. Who's filming this? Like, there has to be a high tech film crew behind this lady. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she's not totally in nature. She couldn't be, because who the fuck would be filming this then?
she's definitely sold. She's definitely sold out a bit. That's what I'm saying.
But yeah. There's another channel that she watches called Country Life Vlog, where it's like this too. It's like people just building shit. They show you how they build like their own house, their own food. They collect their own food and shit. They get all their own shit, and they don't gotta rely on nobody. They show you how it's possible. They just collect flowers and shit, like make tea out of that shit. You know what I mean? Like around where they live, and it's a fucking like the place is like, you know what I mean?
Yo,
On
look up
some
a
like
documentary. Look up a documentary sometime called "Alone in the Wilderness" by Dick Prenneke. So this guy quit. He retired from his job and he moved to Alaska. He built a cabin and he was just living off the land. And it's a really cool documentary. He filmed it all himself. But he definitely had some help. Here comes a train.
Yeah.
Here comes a freight train. That's a cool documentary, though, Mohammed. You've probably seen that, Keith. It's like an old PBS documentary. They play it all the time.
Which one's that?
Alone in the Wilderness with Dick Proeneke. It's like Proeneke. But they play that on PBS all the time. I grew up watching that. I would always, every time it was on, I'd be watching that. He kind of went Ted Kaczynski, but like the cool Ted Kaczynski, like
See, look at these motherfucking mountains.
non-violent. Who knows? He could have been violent. He could have been killing. Who knows, man? Who
Oh,
knows what people are
Look at
really
that
doing?
shit. Look at that shit. The Caucasian mountains. Is that where y'all motherfuckers are from?
Yeah, yeah. That's my neighborhood right there.
Yeah. The Caucasian
That's
mountains.
that's White Man Mountain right there.
Why do they call it that? It's fucking crazy, yo. Out in Azerbaijan.
Because the mountains are white.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that might be it. Yeah.
Caucasians resided there.
Yeah, you know, the Caucasian mountains. And right
put
next
that documentary on your bucket list, though. Alone in the Wilderness. It's a good one.
Yeah, Alone in the Wilderness. Yeah, I think I heard about that one for real. Yeah, that seemed like fucking interesting. It reminds me of a Werner Herzog documentary called Happy People, where he films these people who like go to the Russian taiga and like go and like build their own cabin and like live in the taiga and like, you know, they're like, I guess they're happy as fuck. Just like living in the snow and shit. But yeah, I guess they're like they choose to live that way. You know, they're people who had normal jobs and shit, like in fucking like Moscow and shit. They just move out to the fucking taiga and just live on their own. Yeah, it's fucking weird. But yeah. But yeah, look at this motherfucker. I mean, can you believe this fucking film? Like this film, like look at this motherfucking hill, right? Like look at this shit. This shit is majestic as fuck for real. But yeah, my wife loves watching this shit. Country life vlog. It's just them going to the fucking they build shit on their own. Oh shit, this fucking ad. What the fuck? Fucking Jew burger. Over 6 million served. Out here with this fucking shit.
Look at these skaters. These female skaters are getting crazy, man.
Oh my god. Man, that's a shame, man. Female skaters, hell no.
Female skaters they're so oppressed, and now it's just like a whole different thing. They're thriving right now. These like young female chicks are in 10 years they're gonna be doing some insane shit.
No, they gotta like learn how to weave shit and like cook shit. Like I don't understand. Like if you want to be a lady, like just be a fucking lady. Like just fucking, you know, like what are you gonna like? I don't know. I don't really even think like I think it should be a hobby for like motherfuckers who are into like daring shit. Like it's a type of motherfucker who's into daring shit, who's into like mastering like daring tricks and shit. Like my little brother does that skateboarding stuff sometimes, you know, he's into like daring shit. But like, you know,
Well,
like,
it's fun. It's fun as fuck, man. It's such a good challenge. Once you finally get a trick down, once you finally kind of master something, it's just like nothing beats that feeling of just being able to like kind of do your own little magic. Like just skate around the city and do your own little magic, you know?
Yeah, I noticed that with like fucking like when I was learning like different things. Like I noticed like when you do something for no reason at all, like learning a trick or something, like learning like fucking like I remember like the last thing I learned was like symbolic logic. I took a symbolic logic class and it was like fucking studying math and shit. And they had all this fucking complicated formulas and shit you had to memorize. And I remember solving those fucking things, and like it didn't really matter to like winning an argument or anything like that, but it's just like it's still fun, like solving the little logical puzzles and shit, symbolic logic, and like even though it didn't matter, like solving the little tricks and shit, it's just like, oh shit, I did something. Or like learning a math problem and shit. Like I think like I really get like behind that. Yeah, I would say it's analogical to like mastering like a trick or some shit like that. I can't remember like the last time I really did like like performed a physical feat. You know what I mean, right? But like, yeah, I'm pretty fucking like I'm like a bookworm, like shit. But yeah, I did martial arts back in the day. You know what I'm saying? I remember I did fucking, like, you know, I could probably kick somebody in the head. But I don't know if that's like a real skill and shit. I won the spelling bee when I was a kid. Man, I got real happy when I won the spelling bee when I was a kid. And the science fair. I won all the science fairs and the spelling bees. If it was like a contest of wits, I'm all about like a contest of wits. you know, like if I could design my way out of a maze like before somebody else. Like, it's like some shit like that. But yeah, man. Look at this. They got all these animals just friendly and shit.
I just
Like,
got this. I just got to Spokane, man. These tweakers are out here.
Yeah, I bet, dude. That place is fucking, that place is extra, you know, extraneous.
Dude,
That's
I
what
don't
I
know
would.
shit about Spokane. Like I knew Portland's pretty crazy. I know.
Oh, that's what I thought it was. I thought it was like the same area or some shit.
Well, Spokane's in Washington. Portland's Oregon. There's
Yeah, Oregon, Oakland,
great
all that shit is fucking crazy. That's where all those
Oakland's Oakland's California. That's down by like Sacramento. I'm up here in Spokane, like up close to Canada.
Yeah, shit. I've been talking to a lot of Canadian dudes. Shout out to Bernard, the alchemist. He's one of the homies from here. Yeah, but my dude earlier, they were showing the Vietnamese lady. My dude Firestarter, he fell out of the stream, but Firestarter was here. He's a fucking he's straight up Asian himself. He's Vietnamese, just like that lady in the video, building a fucking bamboo house. I really just play that for him. The Vietnamese jungle living out there, man. That seems like, man. Sometimes it seems like paradise compared to the city out here. For real. But it is what it is. I mean, if I could just grab shit from where I'm around, from where I'm at, build my own motherfucking house,
The
like fucking
concrete jungle.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm trying to
Well,
remember the lyrics.
that's what that dude Dick Prenicky does in that documentary. Like he just goes to Alaska, builds a cabin, and every day he's just recording the
Yeah,
temperatures, the weather. He's fishing. He's just living off the
yeah,
land. He's gone full mountain man.
yeah. I don't want to get banned out here, but if I could look up these lyrics to this fucking shit, these lyrics are deep as fuck to this fucking shit, song. For real. I always thought like, damn, that's some deep ass lyrics. I wonder if he wrote that song. You know what I mean? But like, but yeah, I don't know if I could like, yeah, I hate this fucking genius.com. Get the fuck out of here with this shit. You know? Lyrics.com. Yeah, that seems like more, like lyrics.com. Yeah. Man, this looks gay as fuck too. There's a bunch of
I'll check Song Facts and then I'll check Rap Genius just to learn about songs. And Song Facts is pretty good.
what's the shit is AZ Lyrics. AZ Lyrics has a elegant design, honestly. AZ Lyrics. We fucking with that shit. You get up on this shit right here. See if I can see this motherfucking shit. But yeah, this shit is on some real shit. Where the fuck is this shit? All right, here we go. What? I don't even think this is the real lyrics. Is this the same song? Bad Omens. I
AZ
don't know.
lyrics ain't shit, Muhammad.
AZ Lyrics, but they got a different song than the one I wanted. Okay, here it is, motherfuckers. Here it is, motherfuckers. Y'all see this shit? Let me see this shit. Bob Marley, man. No sun will shine in my day today. The high yellow moon won't come out to play. Darkness has covered my light, changed my day into night. Where is the love to be found? Won't somebody tell me? Must be somewhere to be found instead of concrete jungle. Man, what the fuck? I don't know why that shit is so deep. Look at this. No chains around my feet, but I'm not free. Ain't that some shit? You mean?
Here we go. We got Alibaba's limos.
Oh shit. Man. Let's see what's going on out here, man. Alibaba. Oh shit, man. They keep it pimping out there.
Damn, they got some old Rolls Royce right here. Is that a Jaguar? Yeah, I'm gonna walk away. Waste of money right here, a Hummer. All that fucking money you put into this, and then all the money you put into gas. It's a fucking foolish man's car.
Yeah, that shit's definitely not bulletproof. Isn't that what they say about it? They say it's like a military car or some shit. I don't know, man.
Oh damn, they got these lights out here, these blue lights. Got 1, 2. Supposedly that fucks with your brain, these lights, right? And they'll put these lights in places so you don't loiter. But it has a traumatic effect on your brain.
Yeah, those lights are.
Some people it'll really fuck them up big time. They'll have seizures. They'll have. I was reading about it a couple days ago. They'll have problems and caused by these lights. And but they're trying to say, oh yeah, they're putting these lights up, and then there's a malfunction and it turns to blue lights, which is bullshit. They're deliberately putting these lights up, but then they're gonna act like, oh yeah, there's a malfunction,
Yeah, like I think if you look at the lights in a spectroscope, you could see what kind of chemical they emit. And you could see in a spectroscope different lights will emit like different chemicals and shit. It's like it's fucking, you know.
Well, I
So
guess
you
these
could,
are these are the lights that really fuck with us. Like mosquitoes, you put green light in front of mosquitoes, that really fucks them up. Neon like purple lights don't affect mosquitoes, but if you put a green light up, that'll fuck with them. But humans, like these purple lights, these blue lights, that's what really fucks with our brains and, you know, breaks us down. It breaks our psyche down.
yeah, I mean, they got straight up mercury in that shit. I mean that's a neurotoxin. I mean, look at how they got the lithium in the phone, and they treat people with bipolar disorder with the lithium, and that shit's hot, like radiating fucking microwaves into your fucking head. I mean, I'm not saying. I mean, I don't know what the fuck it's doing, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that you know, in the fucking instruction manual of the iPhone, it says to wash your hands after you're done using that shit. So like, I mean, because the fucking radiation is on your fucking hands, you know. So I mean, I don't know if that's real, but you know, there definitely is an effective fucking microwave radiation, on like fucking cancer and shit. So it'll definitely fuck you up in some way.
Anonymous.
Oh shit. They got fucking anonymous right there. These motherfuckers. Man, that's right. You know, doing fake cyber attacks out here to try to bring about the great reset because they got raided by the FBI. So you know, they had to have taken a lot of them in to the organization there. So I bet anonymous is the feds for real.
Got the feds right here. Check out this undercover car.
Oh shit. See, we spying on these motherfuckers. See, they spying and we spying back.
But why
That's
is it
all.
parked here? It's a HVAC fucking business right
That's all.
here.
See, this is CNN right here. You know, like Chuck D said, rap is a black CNN. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm out, guys.
All right, bro.
Nice on the
All right,
panel.
Wizard.
Thanks for
All
having me
right,
on,
yeah.
brother. Always good to
Yeah,
see you, KG. Love you, brother.
Right.
Keep
Right.
doing it, brother.
Likewise.
yeah. Thank you, Wiz, man. You have a blessed night, man. Thanks for stopping by, man. As always, got that wizard wisdom. You know what I'm saying? Out here, wordsmiths. Yeah, we still haven't had Smith up here, man. Smith doesn't. Man, I don't know why Smith doesn't fuck with me, man. We need Smithsonian Institute out here. 6079. He don't really fuck with me though. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's coming back up, but here we got. I guess we'll just keep on going with this shit. See who's out here with this fucking Yuval Harari. I mean, I'm not really too involved in it at the moment, but we do have a good amount of people watching at this moment. I wouldn't want to keep people in suspense out here.
I believe a 60-day silent retreat recently, and if I'm not mistaken, that's something you do every year. How did you get into meditation, and what does your background look like?
See, they're already starting up with the meditation. See, it's weird. They gotta fucking empty themselves with the fucking mindfulness, mindlessness, fucking garbage. They gotta fucking empty their minds, put themselves in auto suggestion mode. You know, they want everybody to be in that state. You know, just fucking totally zonked out like a fucking machine. You know, watching your own thoughts. What the fuck you gonna get from watching your own fucking thoughts? already you shouldn't be placid, pliable in your thoughts and your feelings, but now you're watching your fucking thoughts out here. You know, this is the ultimate, you know, act of like, like becoming a total fucking imbecile. But here we go. Meditation. They're always into Buddhism. I mean, this guy's in Israel. In a Jewish, supposedly Jewish state. What is he doing? Promoting fucking transcendental meditation, foisting that on people as some way of advancing their conscience. Shouldn't it be something? I mean, this guy's. What does this have to do with studying in a Hebrew fucking university and supporting all these causes? I really don't understand.
You
I
can
could
make
tell you.
money. You can make money off it. Get some
Yeah, that's
suckers, reel some suckers in, make some money.
that's really all it is. You said it, my brother. It's just fucking, just a bunch of fucking, tag 'em and bag 'em. You know what I mean? With this fucking horse shit meditation crap. Techno Buddhism is what it is. I got a video on my channel. That where I talk about techno Buddhism, the fucking Dalai Lama and the fucking iPhone commercial. And you know what they claim? They claim science and Buddhism. The Dalai Lama said, he said if science disagrees with Buddhism, then he'll have to just follow science. Well, then what's the point in having a religion answer any questions that are beyond the study of science, any of those real questions about existence and about because I'm pretty sure when Buddha was talking about the fundamental nature of reality, he wasn't considering that somebody would just make a fucking discovery in science and refute him someday. He was probably thinking that his thoughts and ideas and opinions were going to last for all time. I mean, am I wrong? But how can you believe in progress and believe in Buddhism? Like, it really doesn't even fucking make sense. This shit is a bunch of horse shit, you know. But yeah, it's bullshit.
Right there.
Well, when I did my PhD in Oxford 17 years ago, I went to a Vipassana retreat, and I learned Vipassana meditation from a teacher called S.N. Goenka, and it completely blew my mind and changed my life. And ever since that first course, I do 2 hours of Vipassana meditation every day. I usually start my workday with 1 hour of meditation, and I finish it with another hour of meditation. And every year, like my yearly vacation, is to go for a long retreat of between 30 and 60 days of just meditation in complete silence, no emails, no computers, no books, no reading, writing, nothing, just.
So he's not very clear on why he took up this practice of Vipassana meditation. He just kind of said, well, I took a course and I learned it and it blew my mind, so I do it every day. Well, what the fuck? Like, what's so fucking great about it? Jack off? Like, what the fuck is the reason why we need to be doing this meditation? Like, what? Because you learned it and it's great? Well, good for you, cocksucker. But I don't think I need it. Like, like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, I'm fine with prayer, and other things, and being vigilant in my thoughts and not watching my thoughts, and having my actions control my fucking thoughts. What's the point of watching your thoughts? What's the point of reflection? You know, uh, you know, I want to engage one to one with reality, as they were saying earlier, reality. You know, so what can they tell us about reality? What can you tell us about reality, motherfucker?
Just meditating.
Oh, that's wonderful. I am envious. Do you have kids?
No, just dogs. Explains a lot.
That explains your freedom. Yeah, that's really wonderful. So just to give people a clearer picture of what you're up to there. So Goenka is a very famous.
Yeah, so there's no surprise there with the no family thing. This cat is making statements about humanity, and he's got no fucking family. He's just got dogs. What the fuck? What kind of what the fuck?
Famous Vipassana teacher. There are two strands of Vipassana that have been very influential, particularly in the West, among all the Westerners who in the 60s discovered this practice. And they both come out of Burma. And Goenka's is one line coming from a teacher named Uba Kin, and there was another line that came from a teacher named Mahasi Sayadaw. And so all of the Vipassana practice I've done on retreat has come from the Mahasi Sayadaw line, which teaches the same kind of mindfulness, but it's a different sort of practice.
I mean, I think
Again, this fucking, you got to go to these retreats. And you have to wonder what else happens at these fucking retreats. I mean, it's fucking really, yeah, yeah, I bet, I mean, you have to wonder what else is happening at these fucking retreats. Right, that they go to, that these people are involved in, and they know about these teachers of this transcendental meditation. And I mean, where the fuck did these people come from? And they're definitely not household names. And Vipassana meditation. I mean, who's ever heard of this fucking shit? This is a very rare religious practice, and they're saying that there's two different sects who practice this, and they practice it at these fucking retreats. I mean, I go to the mosque, and everybody around our community who lives around here goes to the mosque, and there's no fucking retreats or any secret fucking gatherings, and everybody just comes to the same mosque. And we got books on the fucking shelf, and you can come visit the fucking mosque and talk to all the fucking weird motherfuckers who live around the area. And there's local fucking mosques, and there's no secret fucking gathering of elite motherfuckers who meet up and do and perform Islamic practices. Thankfully so. And as I'm aware, there's the same thing is true in Christianity and Judaism and Hinduism. And so what sort of fucking rare, weird fucking Buddhist practice of the elites, where he's broken off, find his own method for mindfulness? Like, who even gives a fuck? Who even gives a fuck, gentlemen? I mean, why are you promoting Buddhism? Why are these two Jewish men promoting Buddhism and science, and trying to merge science and spirituality? That's the real fucking question here.
the technical details are less important. The key is just to observe reality as it is every moment, just to stay focused what is really happening right now, as against all the stories and explanations that our mind constantly generate. And this is extremely difficult. What struck me in my first course, I remember that, like, the first day I came to the retreat, I was absolutely amazed by it. That it starts with a very simple practice, sounds simple anyway, of you just have to focus your attention on the breath and observe when the breath is coming in and when the breath is going out of your nostrils. That's it. You don't have to do anything. Just observe that. And I couldn't do it for more than like 5 seconds or 10 seconds, and my mind would run away somewhere.
Yeah.
And I was 24 at the time, and it was the first time I realized how little I understand my mind, how little control I have over my attention. And this is why they start with this very simple practice: just focus on the breath, because it's so difficult. And once you get the hang of that and you can do it for more than 10 seconds, then yes, the idea or the instruction is to start observing not just the breath, but everything that is happening in the body, sensations throughout the body. In every part of the body, there is some sensation at any moment. And you start observing that, and you see the deep connection between these sensations and what's happening in your mind. That we think that we react to events in the outside world, to memories from our childhood, to something we saw on television. But in fact, in each and every moment, we constantly react to the sensations within our body. And everything people do, as a historian, I can say that everything people do, from fidgeting in your chair to starting a world war, you're actually reacting to sensations in your body.
It's amazing how out of control our minds are and how few people realize that their minds are out of control, and the consequences of them being out of control are, as you say, these are the same process that gets you to say something untoward in a personal interaction is the very process that brings us, civilizational scale catastrophes, wars, and all the rest. People are being moved by their thoughts in every moment, and they see no alternative. And meditation is, for the most part, the one way people can become more aware of these processes that rule their lives. Had you had any psychedelic experiences or anything that got you to go on that first retreat, or how did you find yourself there?
No, I had a very good friend. He's still a good friend of mine. He now works in Silicon Valley. And he, for an entire year, kept like nudging me, you should go to a retreat. And he was very persistent. And I was at a time in life that I had all these big questions and I had no answers. And I was very disappointed with the university, with the academic world, with my studies, because they didn't.
So again, this is highly illuminating stuff. He's saying he's at a point in his life where he's asking these questions, and of course, he just magically has a friend who works at Silicon Valley. And how many people have friends from Silicon Valley? I've never met these motherfuckers in my life from Silicon Valley, or you know, I don't even live around that area. But I mean, could you imagine just having them tell you to go to a retreat, and you're so bereft of any religion, or you're totally depressed, so you agree to go to one of these weird, strange retreats with this fellow from Silicon Valley. Like, what kind of fucking I mean, how of a how big of a loser do you have to be? How lonely of a person do you have to be? I mean, to get yourself involved with this clear occultist, and who's getting him involved in this weird spirituality, but a fucking technologist, somebody who's from Silicon Valley. And I think he made special care to point that out, that this guy's from Silicon Valley. Like, these people are on the cutting edge of not only technology, but like religion. He's trying to make a point about this shit, so this guy's fucking totally fucking weird.
Provide me any answers to the really deep questions of the suffering in the world and the suffering in my life. Where is it coming from, and what can we do about it? And he kept telling me, you should go to a meditation retreat. Maybe it will show you something. And I just kept reading books and reading articles, and I was convinced that the answer will come from there, until I reached a certain degree of desperation. And I said, okay, what can I lose from going to this 10 days meditation retreat? And I never looked back since.
And have you done any psychedelics since, or is that something that you haven't experienced?
As a student, I did, what was it? Ecstasy, but it was an interesting experience.
So he's involved in these psychedelic drugs. He's involved in these in people with Silicon Valley. He's involved in Buddhism. And why is it important to talk about all this when we were talking about reality and so on and so forth, and history and so on and so forth, and how philosophy and biology and history intersect, and so on and so forth? I mean, just what the fuck? why was it important to mention all of these, sort of rare experiences, experiences that are, of the elite stripe, of these fucking, bourgeois fucking idealists, fucking these psychedelic priests and these fucking universities and the Silicon Valley and the fucking, Buddhism and, like what the fuck? Like, what does this have to do with history? And doesn't that prime you to accept a certain form of history, a certain type of history? All of his past experiences, in the new age and traveling with the Silicon Valley friend and the occult and learning Vipassana meditation and all of these things. Doesn't that prime him to accept a certain view on history? I mean, let's be honest. I mean, this man's not going to be honest. So, we got to fucking ask ourselves this shit when we watch this fucking shit. Just what is he saying?
Experiences.
Yeah, that's a very important point, and I fully agree with it. The illusion that gets introduced when you're using psychedelics in that way to have more peak experiences. As you say, you can use meditation that way, where the moment you feel a little bliss or rapture or some very positive, unusual mental state, you can take that to be the signature of a successful meditation. And the illusion that creeps in there, which is of a piece with everyone's efforts to seek happiness throughout their lives, is that experience has to change in order for the most profound things about the human mind or human consciousness can be discovered. Profundity is elsewhere, which is in fact not the case. I mean, if the ego is an illusion, as it turns out it is, you can discover that coincident with the most ordinary moments of consciousness. You don't
Why do
need the
we have to
full
accept
fireworks show of
that,
a psychedelic experience to
why do we have to accept that the ego is automatically an illusion? You know, it's certainly true that, we maximize the ego in terms of the tools we use. So the ego becomes filtered through technology that we use. I mean, look at somebody who talks behind a keyboard or sits behind a car, and that car becomes part of the way they communicate with the world. That keyboard becomes a part of the way they communicate with the world. And somebody who sits behind a keyboard has a degree of anonymity, just as somebody who sits inside of a car has a certain layer of protection around them. So the ego is maximized through the tools we use. You know, so the ego isn't canceled out. It's actually externalized through the tools we use. So, you know, I don't know why we have to accept that the ego is just an illusion. I mean, you know, it, you know, to an advanced stage of consciousness, it may become an illusion. But what the fuck are you talking about? That's not accessible to the normal person.
notice that there's a subject object illusion that can be penetrated. And that's something that you do get with a very systematic approach to mindfulness meditation in this case. It's wonderful you're doing that. Has meditation affected the way you approach your work? I believe I detect the influence in many of the things you've written, but how do you view that?
Yes, it has a very deep influence, both on my ability to research and to write such books, because especially when you deal with something like the history of the world in one book, the one thing you need above all else is the ability to focus. What's really important and how not to get bogged down in the thousand little details and all the kings and battles and dates and all that. And the practice of meditation, I think, gave me this ability to remain focused. And without that, I couldn't have written Sapiens or Homo Deus. And on another level, at least Vipassana is really about observing reality as it is and being able to distinguish between what is real and what is just a story or a fantasy created by our own minds. And this
Th- that's crazy because you're using the meditation in order to discover the vehicle of consciousness, which is the ego, is illusory. So then what mediates the fact that what vantage point do you use to distinguish what's perception and what's not perception in this fucking quixotic paradox between deciphering between reality and illusion? Like, who's who's figuring it out and why? And if we're all part of a sea of consciousness, who cares? You know.
this had a very deep impact on my interpretation of history. Because also when I look at history, for me, the big question is what is real and what are fictions created by human beings? And at least my understanding is that the source of human power, but also the source of so much human misery, is the human imagination and the ability of humans to create fictional stories and then to believe them to such an extent that they can start entire wars just because they believe some religious or national or economic fiction.
Mm.
And this is really what gave us control of the planet. We control this planet not because as individuals we are much more intelligent than chimpanzees or pigs or dogs, but rather because we are the only mammal that can cooperate in very large numbers. And we can do that because we believe in fictions. If you examine any large scale human cooperation, you always find a fictional story at the basis, whether it's about God or the nation or money or even human rights. Human rights, like God and heaven, they are just a story invented.
Okay. And again, it goes to this concept of useful fictions. I mean, what is so fictional about something that you can use? Something that has the tangibility of usefulness. Surely falls outside of the range of fictional. I think he's applying a paradoxical interpretation of creation itself. Creation does have to do with materializing our ideas or bringing ideas from a place of mental perception into a place of physical and tangible relation to the environment and the structures of human communication. So, I mean, symbols are the primary form of interpreting reality, but what does this have to do with using religion, or whether religion or economics or these various symbols, which are the construction of symbols, and different modes of human intelligence that function outside of human intelligence, because they function as techniques. And that's the thing that separates technique from knowledge, is that once you encode a process, well, those processes function independent of human knowledge or constraints, because various aspects of human knowledge can all be applied to the same technique in order to improve that technique. So technique, or once you put the how down of how something is done, then anybody can do it. It doesn't matter who masters the technique. The person who masters it is interchangeable. So the human element is totally fucking interchangeable. Once you have the technique, knowledge functions through human experience. You know, you have to learn shit on your own. You have to get to shit and you know, commit it to your memory. You have to get into you know, you have certain memory and you have certain experiences and you have certain anticipation and anticipation of what's to come in the future. You know, that's all part of human knowledge, you know. But knowledge is not a possession, and once knowledge becomes encoded into a method or a technique, then it functions apart from human experience, you know. So those techniques come to dominate over the human intelligence, and this happens in many different ways. So it's not useful fictions. You know, religions and economic forms of life and political, these are not fictions. These are technologies, you know, that mankind employs in order to understand and interpret human relations and our relationship to God and our relationship to the environment, you know. So I don't understand his view that religion and all these things are useful fiction. Just declaring that religion is a useful fiction as a presupposed starting point. I mean, that is quite a leap, you know. You know, that's quite a fucking leap, you know, and you're using a scientific paradigm to determine that something that's worked for 1500 years, you know, either way you want to slice the pie. You know, you go to the east and you have Islam dominating for 1500 years. You go to the west and you have Christianity dominating for 1500 years, comfortably multiplying civilizations, making babies, reaching a high level of cultural achievement and a low level of technological advancement, but still having society come together in this way. You know, but he's declaring that that society was run off a useful fiction using a scientific paradigm, something that hasn't even lasted for 300 years. You know, I just think that's a little bit presumptuous of him. I don't know what you guys think, but you know, you know, well, he's fucking going all over the place, but you know, it is what it is, you know.
By humans, they are not a biological reality. And this is, again, the source of our power and also of many of our calamities. You can never convince a group of chimpanzees to attack the neighboring group by promising them that after they die, if they die for the great chimpanzee god or the great chimpanzee nation, then after they die, they will go to chimpanzee heaven and there receive lots of bananas and virgin chimpanzees and things like that. No chimpanzee will ever believe such a story. And this is why we control the world and not the chimpanzees.
I love this basic picture, but I must admit,
Yeah, so that's a fucking retarded interpretation of religion. I mean, to think that somebody fucking you know, that religion is based on certain chimpanzees, and then aren't we advanced from chimpanzees? So we're a higher stage of evolution from chimpanzees, yet he's using them as an example. Yet these chimpanzees did learn how to form religions and do and trade bananas to go to heaven. And didn't he consider that a stage of evolution or advancement? And you know, what is this? It seemed like we have a bootstrapping problem, which means that, you know, you know, you're going to evolve to a higher stage. So the stage that you're at isn't good enough, but the stage that you're going to get to is going to be behind where you can get to. There's always something better, but you know, where you were at before is never good enough. You're always never good enough in terms of evolution. So, you know, continual progress is getting to a place in the future where you're going to become something that is essentially, you know, not advanced, you know, or not as advanced as it could be. And that is demoralizing. Maybe that's why, you know, everything's an illusion. because there's a constantly shifting goalpost, in terms of the evolutionary scope. you know
I've had a few problems with some of your terminology here because you use words like religion and fiction and stories fairly loosely. So you say things like,
Yeah.
Science depends on religion and humanism is a religion and, all, as you just said, all large scale human cooperation is based on fiction. But it seems to me that there are fictions and then there are fictions. And I think we still want to differentiate between stories and concepts that are obviously false, right, and therefore spread confusion by definition, and those that one need not be confused to adopt. So, the US Constitution or the concept of human rights or the convention of money, these are not fictions in the same way that the concept of paradise or martyrdom or the Holy Spirit are fictions. And I mean, I don't have to be confused about the nature of reality to see the benefit of thinking in terms of human rights or to use money. Do you disagree with?
Yeah, I think that is a just a complete defamation of all forms of religion. You know, I think those types of statements. Comparing it to things that are actually destructive, like the money system that that's taken over the world. I mean, notice the things he's comparing the belief in paradise or the Holy Spirit to these transcendental concepts, that have actually propelled humanity's imagination for centuries into the domain of, the sublime. You know, he's now comparing that to the money system and humanism. And he's saying humanism and the money system and science and all these things are actually um not fictions. They're actually things that actually interpret reality, whereas these things that have organized society for years don't
Well,
interpret reality. Like what?
it reminds me of something like if you saw that interview with what's his name, Ben Shapiro and Russell Brand, and there's a little clip where he's like asking him like, what's the difference between Christianity and Judaism, and Jim Ben Shapiro, he says like, well, let me tell you, it's basically, we care more about the action. So, while Christians are over there, worried about the spiritual, so and he's telling the truth. And I think that's kind of what, it's this is why it's very interesting when Jim Bob does the Jordan Peterson thing, because it's like, when you're talking to these kind of people, what you have to keep in mind is like they always are constantly doing that. Well, it depends on what you mean by this. Like they always have a double, triple layer meaning to every word they say. So when they say fiction or they say reality, they mean it in like a multiple layered way. They're not, and that's why like they're never speaking head on directly. They're always speaking in triple layered or quadruple layered language, right? The subtext of what they're saying is different for the people who are in their club and believe the same things that they do versus to you as the person they're trying to neuro linguistically program, if that makes any sense. Like just when he was talking, I didn't even hear what he said because uh his voice is just like not really registering with me. It's like he's just it's kind of all bullshit, and I'm trying to like discern what he's actually saying. But I think that's kind of the point, is like it's trying to disarm you so you can't really fully comprehend. And I think you've read some Jewish texts before, right? So you kind of understand what I'm saying. Like if you read the Talmud, it doesn't only mean what it says. It has a multiple layered meaning. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's kind of the sense that I get from talking to a lot of people who know more than I do.
Oh yeah, I think I read in the Talmud like about hell, like, and there's like a creature in hell where like he's got two sides, where like he's got two heads, and the two heads are always disagreeing with each other, and he like runs part of hell, and like the two sides of him are always in conflict, like arguing with each other. It's like one creature with like two heads. And I was like, damn, that explains a lot. That explains a lot of the confusion in this book here, you know, because like, because that's definitely the type of level it's on, It's like, oh shit.
No, well, and one other thing I was listening before, and you're talking about the mindfulness meditation shit. You know, think about all the people who got into that. Jim Carrey sticks out as someone who's been very into that stuff, and I've done some very, very limited meditation and yoga and stuff like that. And I'm not saying it's not useful. Like if you go to Asia and you kind of unplug from the technology and stuff like that, it has its you can find a good purpose in it. But for me, first I'll speak an anecdote of something personal, and then I'll tell you kind of what I think's going on. So when I had a chance to meet someone who Google hired and wrote a book about, basically he wrote a book about Google, and then they invited him to come and teach Google employees and Facebook employees or some shit like that. They paid him to come and teach them mindfulness, and I talked to the guy and I was like, so what did you do? And he's like, basically we just sat there and ate in silence, and then we did another thing, and we just did that one thing, and we didn't have cell phones on it. So I'm like, so basically you get paid to go around and just do one thing at a time? He's like, yeah, pretty much. And I mean, that's like the surface level, and it seems like, oh well, it's just they're just trying to get people to focus on the goal and the task at hand, which of course. So basically what I saw that as is like they're trying to mitigate the effects of the technology in which they're developing, which is kind of funny if you think about it. So it's like, I want you to be really good at making this technology for me, but if you use the technology, it will counteract what I want you to do. So therefore, I need you to disengage from the technology and learn how to focus on one thing at a time to build this technology so we can grab the attention of a bunch of humans and make them addicted to the technology, essentially. And what I think is also going on with it is like, it's kind of weird, like you're saying, like, um, these guys are talking about it like, oh, it's really important to stay in the moment and see what's really going on. And it's like, okay, so if that were the case, you would question what you're actually doing by building the technology that you're building and the effects, both as a medium and as a potential use of control upon humans. And just like you said, like it's so obvious that the fact that they don't even pay lip service to it is either A, because they don't care, or B, they don't realize it, or C, they're being influenced by something outside of their general awareness. And if you start looking at a lot of these people, they're into psychedelics, they're into ketamine, they're into communing with things that are not human, at least in their opinion, right? And that's why they have like all these ayahuasca retreats, and they have all these transcendental meditation retreats. Like they think that they're contacting something outside of 5 sense reality, right? I mean, they don't hide that. They kind of loosely avoid the topic, but that's kind of what I think is like the big elephant in the room, and nobody is really talking about it. The only person I've really heard say anything about it is like Alex Jones or Jim Bob a little bit here and there, and Jay Dyer. But other than that, like there's no big name people really discussing how metaphysical these people are. But then when they do these stupid ass interviews, they never really talk about it. It's kind of fascinating in a way that people just let them say stuff like, we just want to stay in the moment. And it's like, and see what the truth is. It's like, well, how was the world that you're building have anything to do with the truth when it's actively making it harder to tell what the truth is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's kind of going back to where they want you to be overly concerned. That's how I see the mindfulness as I see first and foremost that it perverts the concept of meditation, itself. And like I think meditation, like just paying attention to your breath, not really overly focusing on your thoughts, it's kind of an inversion of the like at first glance it seems to be an inversion of meditation itself, because it's like, why don't you watch your own thoughts? And it's like, whoa, 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 I think that that's not the point of meditation. So I think even from the point of view of Eastern spiritual and that's why they have to get into their little cults, because this Mahayana Buddhism, the Mahayana Buddhism is actually from from like the 11th century and stuff. It's like medieval in terms of its development. It's not old as Buddha or anything like that. It's relatively new. It's way later than the church and Islam and the Talmud and the Kabbalah. All that shit was already around before Mahayana Buddhism got started up.
Well, and
You know?
just to back you up, I mean, a lot of people they just say Buddhism as a blanket statement, but you know, most religions came out of India and Samaria and or basically Iraq and Iran and these places, and proliferated out and became different versions of that. But like most Buddhism that you see in the Southeast Asia, for example, it's actually a mix of, I call it like at least 3 layers of religion, with maybe 4 or 5 total if you really count it up, because they have Hinduism mixed with their particular version of Buddhism, mixed with their local lore and legends, mixed with some like animist black magic shit, mixed with Brahmanism. So you have all this many layered religions all sitting on top of each other. And the thing is, like, what I'm seeing happen in the West is a similar thing where people are calling themselves a Christian, but they're also calling themselves a nationalist. They're also dabbling in New Age. They're also dabbling in like a lot of other kind of esoteric understandings. And I'm not saying it's all bad, but what I'm saying is like it's dividing your attention in so many different ways that the consequences are kind of hard to see what they're going to be, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and I do think that that's why they focus on kind of these later developments, these later stage developments like Mahayana Buddhism, because there's so much, because they're capitalizing on the sectarianism even within that form. Like he just said, well, there's 2 ways to practice mindfulness. I study Vipassana meditation under this one guy, and there's a whole nother guy who teaches it this other way. And it's like they're kind of capitalizing on the sectarianism within this thing, and because they're kind of making it as this kind of pick and choose, this kind of buffet, of this religious experience, of the spiritual experience. And even that seems inherent within the thing, is that they seem to piggyback on the fact that this is a something that is obscure, that most people won't know about, that's only a few gurus in the world are actually practitioners of it, and they can fucking piggyback on those people and exploit them and say they've got this kind of this gnosis through, or this enlightenment practice through this fucking there's special sectarian methods.
Well, it reminds me a lot of the story of well, a lot of other stuff, but like theosophy, for example. You had very small place that kind of came out of, and then they found that little kid who grew up and castrated himself, and he was a guru. And then I can't remember the exact details, but as he grew up, he basically said like he had kind of been led astray to some degree because he was just kind of in it at the time, and he'd said a lot of true things, but that theosophy influenced a lot of other cults. I mean, is the best way to say it, right? Like, and all these ideas are kind of just stacking on top of each other, and people have no idea where they're coming from. You know what I mean? Like, they don't know really where their theology is coming from, and I think that's kind of the allure. And I mean, I see it was particularly with like a lot of young women now. It's like they're very into this new age stuff, but they have, they'll go to Asia and do these retreats and do the yoga, and it'll start with like yoga, and then I'm thinking of this one person I know of in particular. She's from like Bulgaria or something, and she started off with the yoga and stuff, and then now she's into like this very weird like Eastern European witchcraft shit. It's like you may start in one place, but it's not necessarily where you're going to end up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that's kind of the thing that they created first, was this sort of Orientalism. So first they created the myth of the East, and then they capitalized on it. So that's very interesting that they had this kind of explosion from the East, but it's kind of like they like invented it themselves, or they made it an exclusive culture for the elites, and then they seek to put that to test in terms of combining science and religion, and that seems like where they're at today. So I mean, I just think that is one of the key aspects of the psychedelic angle that they were trying to push. Earlier in the video, this cat started talking about psychedelics and stuff, and I think that that's really what it is because you want to go to a doctor to reach enlightenment. So you want to combine the doctor and the priest, as this figure, that's like at the edge of humanism itself, where man can sort of prescribe across the board the tools of mental aptitude and emotional health, and explore the finest aspects of that. And the way that he does it is just by pressing this button, releasing this chemical, taking this pharmaceutical, and experiencing it firsthand. So it will just, the fix will be technological or scientific or medical in its expanse, and but it will also have a spiritual component to it. So it's like combining. It's like, yeah, you go to the you go to the instead of going to the priest, it makes you feel better, by telling you how to gain solemnity. It's going to be a doctor who tells you how to have communion, how to have a communal experience with all these people in this psychedelic experience. And he's going to be like kind of like the shaman, of the caretaker of this experience that you're having, at this quote unquote retreat, as they put it. you know you know yeah, yeah, retreat, more like escape, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sorry, I had it on mute. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm. Every time I look at this stuff, it's like, and see, here's the thing: is like, I don't know how I feel about the J thing, but certainly, bare minimum, they take for granted that they have like an underlying system for each other that they grew up in, and they grew up in their own little worldview and their own little education system and their own little bubble. And again, not all, but certainly these guys who have, they're very elite circle of friends that promote them, no matter how destructive their views may be upon other people, right? But they certainly, at bare minimum, take it for granted that their culture is intact, and they see themselves as victims, and I think they really do. But at the same time, like, they don't seem to care this clash of the East, importing the East into the West, both with people and also, more importantly, with the ideas, right? Like, they don't seem to care. And I think it's kind of hard to describe, but it's not a surprise that they're also very heavily, basically orchestrating this whole technological thing. It's basically all coming out of like Tel Aviv and Silicon Valley, which is extremely overrepresented by their people. So, it's kind of interesting. Like, they prefer to bring in Eastern Hindu people, and people think that's because it's cheap labor, but my limited experience and understanding of Eastern philosophy, particularly like Hinduism and Buddhism, I think it does jive a lot better with what they're trying to accomplish than either Islam or Christianity. Like, I don't think it's an accident that they're preferring these other kinds of people to be in these positions of engineers, essentially, right? Like, if you really start to, from my limited understanding of Hinduism, it's basically nihilistic, is kind of the way that I understand it. It's not, they don't really have metaphysics, anything like the way that Christians and Islam does, right? So, again, I could be butchering it, but that's kind of my understanding of the general Eastern thought. And I don't know. I have my suspicions that there's something going on with that, but maybe I don't have enough evidence to prove it. But that's kind of my working assumption.
Yeah, I have this book here, and it's interesting. It says because in the back of this book, I look up it's a book on the Media Lab uh at MIT, where they developed the tools that are used for the modern internet. And this book is written by Stuart Brand, and in the back of the book there's an index, and it says Quran in the index. So I was wondering, like, why would they mention the Quran in this book where they're developing the Media Lab at MIT? Like, just what the fuck are they going to say about it? So then I go and read the passage, and it's on page 107 of the book. It says, after a dinner of takeout dim sum, interesting. They're eating this kind of like, Asian food, they're kind of showing their metropolitan attitude. Right? But he's eating takeout dim sum with Marvin Minsky, who's one of the pioneers of AI research, and he says who had been reading the Quran. So Marvin Minsky, this dude who's Jewish, is reading the Quran. And it says he's reading the Quran with some dismay at its violent inquiry blunting formulae, sermonized, quote, religion is a teaching machine, a little deadly loop for putting itself in your mind and keeping it there. The main concern of a religion is to stop thinking, to suppress doubt. It's interested in solving deep problems, not in understanding them. And it's correct in a sense, because the problems it deals with don't have solutions because they're loops. So yeah, so that's what he says. He says science, and then it says that he said science feels and acts like a kind of religion a lot of the time. And then he says Minsky had heard that one before. And then he says, quote, everything is similar if you're willing to look at that far out of focus. I'd watch that. Then you'll find that black is white. Look for differences. It's interesting. They're almost having precisely the same conversation that these two fucking idiots are having. And they're saying, and one of them is saying, well, religion is a useful fiction. The other one is saying, well, science has a religion, has a religious component to it. Science acts as a religion too sometimes. And then Minsky is saying to Stuart Brand that, well, look, actually, science is science and religion is religion. So let's not put things that far out of focus, you know. So I mean, it's just interesting. They don't know where exactly science, the breakaway point is between science and the applied sciences, and what exactly is a pure science. And if the pure science actually makes statements about the world as it is, or reality as it is, or is it just a useful fiction? Well, that goes to the question. Even the fucking people who are creating this scientific paradigm are asking that fucking question, or posing that question to themselves at their while they're eating dim sum.
Well, and while they're in the midst of engineering something, they don't really want to look at the metaphysical implications of what they are actually doing, right? And I think that's, well, and if they are, they certainly aren't saying it publicly, right? So that's kind of disturbing to say the least. And I think Jim Bob does a really good job of pulling this out, because he keeps saying, a lot of what people call science is actually engineering, and it has nothing to do with what the scientific method is, which requires observation and specifically testability, meaning you can have a controlled environment. And most of what they're calling science, there is no way to have a control. So it's not science, right? Like, if without a control, it's not science. And one point that I think that you have that is very powerful, and I think it's really hard for a lot of people to understand, is um, along those lines of, like, the technology makes it more and more impossible to actually do science because you can't separate the reality in which we live from the applications of the technology, because it changes the reality that we're in. If that, I mean, I don't know how to describe it in an eloquent way, but I think you kind of get what I'm saying. Is like, the ubiquitousness of the technology means that you don't really know how humans would function without it, because they're still being impacted by it, right?
Well, I think that goes back to the complete divide between theory and application, the applied and the pure sciences, and their scope, and just how divorced it is from the inception of the kind of ethical, sort of boundaries that we partake in, because there's our ethical scope, which teaches us that, okay, we need to use precaution when experimenting with the world. We can only use those simple designs without encroaching upon the life that is imbued, or the natural systems that are in place, or the God-made things that are in place. We don't want to tinker with those things too much. We want to use simplicity and understanding, and corresponding to the world, because we want to leave a low impact. And our purpose here is not to engage ourselves in manipulation of the material world, but or to gain anything from manipulating the material world, but our purpose is merely to gain a higher spiritual sensibility. So our purpose is not to be in the world, you know, or to continue to perpetually remain in the world, you know, because you know, that's not the goal of a you know, spiritual life. So that is an ethical domain, you know, and it's often related to a spiritual domain. Then you have the scientific domain, which you have the pure science, which is the contemplative mode of science, which is totally detached from the fruits of science, which is the application of technique. And oftentimes that application of technique totally escapes the pure sciences, because theory and application are not the same thing. You know, the people who create a theory that is used to build a device, you know, well, that device could be used for human flourishing, or it could be used for human destruction, you know, but it doesn't really matter once you have the pure sciences work out theories. They can be used or applied in many different ways. And somebody who designs a device isn't really the same as a person who's an engineer who's dealing with the use of that device and improving that. Somebody who improves a device or uses it in real time, you know, somebody who's an engineer is not the same as somebody who's a fucking you know, a theorist, or somebody who develops a machine, or you know, you know, so you know, there's a huge gulf between theory and application. Somebody who just has a bunch of formulas and blueprints and shit for how to make something, and then somebody who actually goes and makes different versions of those things, or tests out different versions of those things, or improves the design of different versions of those things. That person is often not thinking on the same level, and a lot of times the reason why they're improving things are based on previous advances, not always built towards the purpose or end of the theoretical application of that device that the person designed it for originally, you know. So
Well, no, and that's kind of what I'm saying as well. I know I just said this, but I want to kind of reiterate it in a more clear way, just for anybody who's listening and doesn't understand what I'm saying. Because what you're saying is kind of exactly why I have this theory. Because when I'm around Silicon Valley people, particularly of, let's say, Hindu religion, or generally whatever Asians have, because Asians are not atheistic. I'm talking about like northern Asians. They're not totally atheistic, but if you ask them if they have a religion, they'll say no. But they don't really ponder metaphysics and God and the implications of what they're doing very much, right? Like, versus I think most Muslim and Christians over a certain IQ and certain uh, disposition, like they really care about the not only the practical consequences of what they're doing, but the spiritual consequences of what they're doing, right? And I don't think that's as common in the Eastern religions, and I think that's part of the reason why they want them so heavily involved. Um, you know, not all the management are those people, but particularly the engineers for a lot of that stuff are Eastern people. And I don't, again, I don't think it's an accident that that's what's going on, because if you really look at it, it's not really efficient. It's not really high quality. And I don't think it's because of the pricing either. I don't think they're doing it for cheap labor. I think that's a distraction from what their actual whether it's on purpose and a conspiracy or whether it's just a functionally it's happening. I think my what I think it is I think it's if you had a bunch of people who are really questioning what they're building when it comes to AI or this general grid of technology, you'd have a lot of people who were thinking along the lines of Uncle Teddy potentially coming up in those ranks versus what you have now, which is people who really don't give a fuck what they're building. They're just building it because they want to pay their mortgage and put their kids in an expensive school, right? So that's just kind of what I see happening.
Yeah, I mean, this is I think you're on point with all of that, but I think it's highly strange that there's like, I'd say maybe like 3 or 4 people in the chat here and there's 20 people watching. Who the fuck are you people that are watching? Not coming on the stage, not talking in the chat. What are you watching? Why are you watching? Please, I encourage you to voice your opinions or to come up and talk to us or spend some time with us next time. Don't you think that's strange, my brother Neurojack?
Yeah, I've been watching the numbers slowly increase over the past 3 hours, and I'm like, who are these
Yeah.
people that are
Who
watching
are
and
these
haven't commented? And I'm thinking, like, man, we must really be
Yeah,
getting
somebody.
someone's
Yeah,
attention.
yeah, we got somebody's attention out here. And it's definitely, not the 3 people that are out here in this chat. But yeah, we're noting that you're here. So, feel free to comment and subscribe and to tell us what you think and to even disagree with us, but it is what it is. We can't force people, and this is a public forum. But with that, I'm gonna have to call it a night here. My brother, thank you so much for joining, and thank you so much to JG as well. And you know
Yeah, thanks for hosting, man. I appreciate it. It was a good conversation because yeah, we're every time we talk, man. You're pushing my you're pushing me to really consider a lot of this stuff a little bit deeper. So I appreciate that, and yeah, man. Hope you have a good night.
yeah, for sure. I think Bernai wants to join. Let's see if Bernai will join. I will wait for Bernai to join. Since he asked for the link, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, dude, definitely, you know. But yeah, I'm gonna close it down in a minute here. I think I'll play a song and see if he'll come up here.
Yeah,
But
I'll go ahead and hop off. I'll be listening until you drop off.
for sure, for sure.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I won't be here for much longer. But thank you so much, Neurojack and JG. Um,
No problem.
and I'm gonna drop this link out here for the homeboys. See if they'll come through, or if anybody wants to come through before I hop off here. Feel free. I'm gonna go ahead and play some music out here so that we can maybe some different stuff. Maybe you guys haven't heard. Um, let's get it going with this Hansel waking the ghost. Some of that midnight shit. It's Monday. So it's time to get to work for motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm definitely on that tip. Trying to get it popping out here. I'm writing a whole nother book. So, earlier I held up, my book. That was my book that I wrote for real. So, I'm writing another one right now on technology and politics. We'll see how that one goes, and another one on evolution, on the flawed fucking theories of evolution, Yo, what up? Yo, what's up, homies? Yo, what's going on, fam?
Just surviving. What up? Crazy world.
What's up? We got Drew in the house. We
What
got
up,
Bernie.
Drew World Order.
What's up, you guys?
We got Bernie in the house. Yeah, I'm about to be right back. I was just about to play this fucking weird ass song, and I'm about to be right back for you guys. Give me 1 second out here.
Sounds good. Play that track.
For real. See this shit. Let me see. Here we go.
Cause you can never be sure of my inhale to our course, and opened all of our heads to analyze our distress. This godless world can forgive, but I won't judge how you live. With all these uncertainties, you should just give yourself to me. It's been too long, we don't know which ways we've already gone. Backtrack for all 3 days less than our 6 days, I would guess. Some clouds that opened the doors, we entered up through their shores, and felt the salt on our wounds, and buried our souls in their dunes.
Hey.
I sit alone and watch the grass growing lonely from the tops of the mountains as the sky is falling. I can see the sun colliding down with the world. The light burns my eyes, the fire melts my skin. Subatomic strings that once composed my mind intertwined with a dimension that I've never seen. Realize all too late that the conception of death, the end's impossible since there was no beginning. Cause you can never be sure of my inhale to our course, and opened all of our heads to analyze our distress. This godless world can forgive, but I won't judge how you live. With all these uncertainties, you should just give yourself to me. It's been too long, we don't know which ways we've already gone. Backtrack for all 3 days less than our 6 days, I would guess. Some crowds that opened the doors, we entered up through their shores and felt the salt on our wounds and buried our souls in their dunes. Flowers continue growth through decomposed skin, left maintained up through the entangled roots within you. They blindly ride the forces of their own existence. Your cells live forever, incapable of thoughts, lying astray, comatose through this endlessness. Change the names, the layers, the themselves within. Deep-seated thoughts create ideas when never taught. Final collective thoughts create the next exists. I guess I'd always.
What's up, everyone?
What's up? That was like an epileptic seizure. Oh, that was wild.
Yeah, the drum
Pretty
and
close,
bass.
too.
The
Drew,
drum.
why are you driving so late or early in the day?
Oh, you know, gotta make my fiat currency.
Attaboy. Pay them bills.
Yeah.
Watch the.
Got all these damn babies.
You're pulling Cecil today, driving while working. Or streaming while driving while working.
If you can see it, there's all kinds of cops.
Oh shit!
Oh snap!
It's going down.
No shit.
I just wanted to talk real quick about the monoculture, the cultural homogenization.
Yeah.
Just what you see as far as you get. First, I'd like to shout out my wife for she uses this term all the time. She says McDonald's is the flag of Babylon. So anywhere there's a McDonald's, that's where the Babylon Empire is. So you can even go way the fuck out in the country, and usually there's a McDonald's, but you can go past a point where there's no McDonald's, and it's a totally different. It's like you go back in time almost when there's no McDonald's in the town. But the cultural homogenization led to I think they call it brutal architecture, brutalism, where it's a box where even McDonald's used to be there was a shape to the building, and Pizza Hut had the red roof, which is literally their logo. They had all these different kind of shapes to their buildings, and now everything is the box. Everything is just a square box now. The new McDonald's, the new Pizza Hut, everything, and that's one of the symptoms of the cultural homogenization, where they will all want to be like the Apple store, which is like a little minimalist store, minimalist logo. PetSmart had the logo, which was red and blue with a cat and a dog, and now their new logo is just a font. These are symptoms of that worldwide monoculture that you like to talk about. I yield.
Yeah, that's real. Shout out to Layla. And also, there's, definitely it's weird that everything comes, in a box. And that's the thing about the monoculture is that it's pre-packaged, pre-programmed, and that's the thing about a box is like a box is so unassuming, and also like they don't really a box is really conceals like how the thing is made. Like nobody cares about the finished product, nobody cares how the shit is made. And that's the same thing with the process that machines use. It's like what a machine does is it hides how it does what it does from you to accomplish an end or a goal. So it's like a machine is really a way that you could like like when you see a TV has all these wires and shit, but you're not supposed to see like what's inside of the box. Like what's delivering all of the content to you is like all these like little nooks and wires and shit. you're just supposed to see what the end process is, which is what's on the screen, you know. Whereas how it's accomplishing this is really just in the box. It's like hidden by the box, you know. So I just feel like, you know, one of the things about technology they say is like it enframes or it encodes information, and that process of encoding is like the hiding, you know, is like the hidden danger, you know.
Yeah, I
For real.
can't argue with
absolutely.
that. It's scary how quickly we are like headed face first into Skynet launching and AI taking over with how this world is currently going. It's ridiculous. You seen the new, like, there's the Boston Dynamic Robo Dog, but now there's like another American company that's come out with the flame throwing Robo Dog.
I saw a robotic dog, the bounty hunter. Just kidding.
That was funny. I was muted. Didn't hear me laugh. Wait, yeah. What are you guys' thoughts on the giants or Titan, Nephilim, whatever the heck you want to call them, but that there used to be giant humanoids on this realm?
Me personally, I don't know enough about it really. I believe it though. As far as maybe like 10, 11 feet, I don't know if I believe more than that.
Right, and like it's fascinating subjects.
And you could probably breed like breeding program where you can get a bunch of like, you know, Yao Mings or whatever, or even a little bit bigger.
Right?
I would find it far fetched though if you went past, you know, so let's say 12 feet or something.
Yeah, like it have to exist in different physical properties, I guess, right? But then they show and claim there was megafauna 12,000 years ago during the time of the last ice age, which coincidentally is the exact same time that Atlantis was supposed to have existed. And then you simultaneously get this Younger Dryas catastrophe event that seems to have wiped out the megafauna, which were large mammals, large reptiles, large everything. So there was large rhinos, large mammoth, mastodon, large armadillo, large beavers that were like apparently 10 feet in size. They admit all of this, so why wouldn't there also be large humans if, you know, there's large everything?
Yeah, and it has to do with like how much oxygen was available on the atmosphere, or am I wrong about that? Or it has to do something with like
the
oxygenation of the atmosphere or some shit.
Yeah, I think you're
or at
correct
least
on that.
Yeah, or at least that's what they claim. And you know, it is interesting that when you read the Bible, those cats did live for a very long time. You know, the first you know, Abraham, you know, from Abraham to Noah and all those people, you know, they lived for hundreds and hundreds of years. So, you know, what type of humans were they? You know, it is interesting to note like what type of humans were they. And then in one of the books or whatever, the highly controversial book of Enoch thing, you know, that then corresponds with Genesis. It has true parts that are in Genesis in there, but then it says that that Noah was a descendant of one of these races beings because of his father Lamech noticing that he was actually a byproduct of one of these other races of humans. So it could be that there was other races of humans because the obviously the genes have a pre-programmed. So what Drew is saying is right. You can only get to a certain height or length as a human because the human gene is pre-programmed to only be a certain allow a certain level of height. So a human can't get past a certain length, but if there was other races that were like maybe not human, I don't know, you know. But like when it comes to like all that buildings and shit, like who built all that shit, like yeah, that is a good question because there's definitely technology that they lost or some shit, and I don't know, like I don't know if they were bigger, if they were bigger people, but or it could be explained with technology that they lost. They didn't have to necessarily be giants. They could have just had technology that we don't have today. So it could be either. It could be either or it could be both. Who the fuck knows? For real.
Right? Exactly. And like that we were made in the image of God, but then it's like we're these demigods that there's legends of beforehand. Could they have been like the fallen ones or these like supposed angels and demons? And what now looks like more and more evidence coming out of this Noah's flood that they has been part of the monolithic religion's history forever, and that it supposedly killed off these giant hominid peoples.
Well, that goes back to monoculture for real because Drew fell out, man. It was so nice to have Drew grace this stream. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
For real,
Drew World Order.
yeah, first time.
DWO.
Yeah, first time Drew was here. Shout out to Drew, Chalk Body Outline. He featured me on one of his shows there. Big huge thanks to Drew. Probably half the audience that's here is like Drew's people. So Drew is keeping it real out here. Thanks for showing up. And we got to do a part 2 soon. For real of Machine Lies and Chalk Body Outline.
Right? Whereabouts are you located, Machine Lies? West Coast, East Coast, somewhere in between?
I'm out by Detroit.
Damn, getting late there.
Detroit. Yeah, it's 4:20.
4:20. Oh,
4:20
shit.
a.m.
We know what that
4:20
means.
a.m. out here. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, one of the main things is that they had a world culture back then. It's highly plausible that like back then, because if you look at like culture from Asia to North Africa, it wasn't really too different. They practiced the same religions in China as they did in India, as they did in North Africa. Zoroastrianism and Hinduism had spread all across, all of those regions and stuff. So it's to say like, back then it seemed like there was a high amount of interconnectivity between the world cultures, and
I think that's undeniable at this point.
yeah, so like it's just really weird that from North Africa to Spain to Europe to parts of Eurasia, to even parts of India, and they had some of the same cultural traditions, so that's weird. I feel like it definitely signifies that there was something much more ancient, going on, or maybe a world event, some sort of thing that connected all these various cultures or traditions, or sometimes like maybe one king that ruled over all of them, or what I mean? Who knows? The possibilities, or you see that with Alexandrian culture and religion, where from North Africa to India, they have Alexandrian culture or Hellenistic culture spreading because of one person who conquered that whole region, you know, and they spread that whole Greek learning and you know, Greek religion all across the lands, and it affected all sorts of various traditions. So it formed you know, a sort of world culture. So, you know, right now technology is forming a world culture in that same way, you know. So, you know, back then it may have been, you know, fucking, you know, some sort of event. You know, it says that, you know, basically in the Bible, there's like these types of creatures that are doing like genetic engineering essentially, because they're mating with the daughters of men, you know, as it says in Genesis and stuff. So essentially they're combining their genes with humans, basically non-humans combining their genes with humans. I mean, am I reading it wrong? I mean, that's what the fuck it says
Literally what
essentially.
it says, right? Like
So
I fully agree, man. That's what it seems to be and what it looks like. And then it brings up this question of the elongated skull people or whatnot, or what they could be.
yeah, like I was looking at like, you know, um Klaus Donna. I don't know if you ever seen this Klaus Donna.
Literally, I have loaded up close Donna videos for a stream I'm about to do as soon as yours ends.
Yeah, yeah,
Awesome
yeah, that's what.
Austrian UPART researcher.
Yeah, where he's got the genetic disc. That shit is off the chain. Where it's like the genetic disc is the structure of Luddite. No, I mean it's made out of Luddite, and they
Right?
can't construct shit out of Luddite. It's like the
It
structure of
chips
lead.
and frick. It's impossible to carve. It has to be like laser etched. There's no other way.
Yeah, but the shit that's on this disc is really mind blowing. I don't know where the fuck they found this disc from, or if it's a hoax, or what
No,
the fuck
it's
this disc
from a
is.
cave in Ecuador, right around the same area as the Crespi collection came out of
Yeah,
Cayo
there.
Quicos caves that
Yeah, there
apparently
is
Buzz Aldrin also went into. But yeah, it's fascinating stuff, man.
That hidden history, Klaus Donna, you know, that is a real banger where he's got the skulls and yeah, some of that stuff. But the Luddite stuff, I mean, man, that is some real, you know, that is a real mind bender. But some of that glowy stuff where it's got magnets in it, where they put the little metal on it, and it's dangling, and it's got little metals inside of that stuff. Yeah, you really do have to wonder like who built this stuff and why, and you know what I'm saying. You know, or if somebody made it highly constructible, but like you know, what end would they be making stuff like this, you know, and you know, why would they dig up stuff like this? To what end would they dig up stuff like this, make a time capsule out of it, and you know, save it for future generations? All of that stuff seems highly intriguing to me, but you know, it's more fascinating to me like what is the technology, or was there an event, you know, in terms of because it all relates back to how do they make this stuff, and that relates back to a fundamental question, which is like, did these people have, you know, a technology that we lost, you know? And it's like weird, a lot of the problems in archaeology, a lot of the problems, like it comes down to one of the things where they said, well, you know, you can't really find human beings without technology. Well, to a certain extent, that's true, because there wouldn't be any evidence of people if they didn't have tools and, you know, art and stuff, if they didn't leave stuff behind, because obviously human remains leave nothing behind. So you know, other than a bunch of bones and and shit, and you know, you can't really determine much from that. But if they have like real artifacts, you know, what, well, those artifacts consist of their, you know, to a certain to an extent, their technological achievements, you know. So it goes back to, you know, what you know, technology, and like and obviously I don't think that You know, when people were thinking of things like Hinduism and having complex civilizations like Persia and India and Egypt, that they were like very close to like you know, just having Clovis and a hammer and a sickle and stuff. That just seems totally implausible to me. It seemed like they 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 had to have been
It's
much smarter than
impossible, right? They try to
yeah.
claim, oh, these hunter gatherers just magically were able to engineer advanced mathematics and structures that literally require like insane computer modeling rendering today to do it. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's where I have to go back to the Bible, you know, and just say, well, that version of history is a lot more plausible. That God created Adam and basically just taught him everything he needed to know, and Enoch and Methuselah and all these cats, you know, Enoch gave Methuselah these books, and you know, the books told him everything he needed to know about nature and, you know, science and, you know, all this, how to build shit and all that stuff, and they came equipped with all the knowledge from the beginning. You know, that seems like the true thing of humanity, that humanity started out with all the knowledge, and that, you know, we're actually experiencing devolution, not evolution. You know what I mean? You know, as the scientists and the Yuval Harari type of people believe that we're actually evolving and progressing. Is the opposite is true. You know, we're devolving. You know, from something that we came out of. You know, for real. You know, in my opinion. You know.
I feel the same way, brother. The same way on that.
Yeah, it also seemed like that that the technology that was there, you know, it does seem like you know, these people were not hunter gatherers in any sense of the word. I don't I think hunter gatherer is a term of how mankind will be in the future. I think it's a future projection of how we'll be when because we're creating all this energy based on combustible uh power
Non-renewable.
and energy. We're not using water energy or air energy or any other energy to make this system work. So we're creating nuclear power and other combustible forms of energy, and I think that probably all these motherfucking lights will go out, and then like, you know, then you'll get yourself some fucking hunter gatherers. But going and finding hunter gatherers in the past is near impossible, because like I said, the only way you could discover evidence of humans is through their use of technology. So you're not going to find you know, non-technological humans. You know, how the fuck are you going to discover these guys? So I think hunter gatherers are is the most made up shit of all time. You know, it's a useful projection
Or
of a
that there were
healthy
hunter
organization.
gatherers existing all the time, just like there still are tribes that are supposedly hunter gatherers today living in isolation while we're at this peak of society. And that, you know, it could have been that there's always been this technological side and then this tribal, you know, nature village side sort of thing, potentially.
Yeah, and those hunter gatherers, I mean, they're in some ways more safe than we are today. You know, than our societies. Their societies are more cohesive, just due to the fact that they've survived in isolation for so long. You know,
And that they don't require or depend on the world trade economic system. They just live off of the land. So, you know, something devastating could happen to the supply chains. We would all implode and society collapse, and nothing at all would happen to them. They'd be the exact same as always, right? Like,
yeah, that's one of the main things that you know is interesting. we probably came from highly advanced people. Another thing that seems to be almost consensus uh, uh, among the ancient people is the flood. They almost all seem to talk about a major world event, whether it be Plato, whether it be Confucius, whether it be the Hindus. You know, from Plato to Confucius to the Hindus to the Middle
Mayans,
East.
Aztecs, everyone.
Yeah, yeah, it's like
Egyptians.
everybody seemed to have some mention of the flood, of a worldwide catastrophe or flood occurring. So, I mean, it's just strange when they say that nothing like that happened and that they lost. And then all of those ancient people also say that they came from much more advanced civilizations that existed before that flood.
Yeah,
So,
they
so it's
do.
like, so I just think it's highly odd if a world culture didn't exist, how do they all end up with the same story? You know,
Right?
I just
Like
think, because
cognitive dissonance is just ridiculous in the academic field of archaeology and anthropology, to say the least.
yeah, there's no way that they all could have communicated this, and then for us to go back and say that, you know, almost every ancient society or culture on Earth were just lying. They had made up this world event that occurred, and they'd all done it together. Well, that's like people like that's just as crazy as people conspiring about going to space and having this world, NASA thing, and then convincing people that there's space and there's not actually space. And
Right?
you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's like that's just as crazy as that shit right there. So it's like
Literally.
it's like if that's the scale of fucking deception that we're dealing with, then anything is really possible. you know
Exactly. No, for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Confucius and Plato, they were both just liars, complete fantastical, that they thought that this superior civilization before them existed and just got completely wiped out, decimated by this global event. And they're not even religious. Confucius doesn't believe in the Bible. Plato, as far as we know, Plato, he believed in reincarnation, but there's no evidence that he studied Hinduism. There's evidence that he traveled to Egypt and other places, and that he studied and that he was an Orphic Pythagorean and part of a cult, part of the Eleusinian mysteries and all that shit. But I mean, there's no fucking evidence that Plato was a Hindu or anything, or that they knew about all these cultures, or that all these cultures intersected in some way. World history tells us that they never intersected. So it'd be it's quite an amazing thing that they all
Built
reported the same event.
had the same stories of where they came from and what existed before their times. Even like the language models now are starting to show the evidence that there was one root language from around the world long before. It's all coming out at once, it seems.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. And it's again, it's history being interpreted through the lens of futurism, or scientism. So it's a non-existent future interpreting a made up past. Right? It's like, what the fuck is going on here? The vanishing floorboard of events here.
God, it's just ridiculous how everything is lies. It's all indoctrination and lies.
Yeah, and I think when this gets to 420, then I'll close it out. But
Down, yeah.
because I will have to wake up my wife at some point so that she can pray. And but yeah, I can't. But yeah, see, that's that's another thing that I feel is totally collapsing, because we were talking about Yuval Harari, and how he's talking about how people make up these religions as useful fictions to use them to propel society forward. And he's saying religion is a useful fiction that people made up in order to propel society forward. It's like these stories we tell ourselves to make ourselves feel better, so that everybody will, be part of the team. And this evolutionary and adaptive view of religion, you know it totally fucking falls apart based on what we were just discussing, because it's like, wait, these motherfuckers definitely knew where the fuck they came from, much more than we do. They pointed out specific tribes and civilizations that no longer exist, and that we have no evidence of them existing. And they had far greater knowledge of how these civilizations functioned, and far less removed in time from them than we are from these fucking people, and it seemed like they seem to not accept any evolutionary scope of where they came from. They seem to totally reject it. And this guy's interpreting them, like interpreting the origins of mankind, or the origins of mankind's traditions, through this evolutionary lens, saying that they're useful fictions, when it's like, we came from like the people who say we came from these people in the past say that we came from civilizations that were much more advanced than we are. It's like wait, it's like that defines evolution right there, because why would almost every ancient civilization on earth claim that? you know
Yeah.
uh why would that
Why would they
why
lie and not take credit for their own discoveries and own greatness?
Yeah, like what's the evolutionary advantage in making up the fact that you're less advanced in a far more advanced civilization? Or wouldn't you create a useful fiction for something to aspire to? It's kind of a letdown. Like, man, we came from these fucking superhumans, and now we're these fucking shit bags, like, barely surviving, harvesting grapes, and fucking, drinking ourselves to death, and listening to fucking Banjo Kazooie, and fucking, and just complete nonsense, existence. And why would they, like, what is the point of making up that fiction? You know what I'm saying, right?
And why would every culture around the world make up that same fiction spontaneously and separate from one another? It's so implausible. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, like, wouldn't they want to wouldn't they want to say that their civilization is the most far advanced and everybody else is barbarians? That would
Right?
be
Like they try to
something that,
claim today.
yeah, yeah, that's a big rallying point today for patriotism and all those things, that we are it, our ancient ways and customs and everything was the greatest. But no, here they are saying, Plato's talking about Atlantis. Confucius is talking about the ancient kings, the Chan, or whatever the dynasty that was before, the Shun, and the ancient kings that he talks about that ruled before the flood. And it's crazy. Like, why are they giving credence to these civilizations that were not congruent with their own people? Actually, actually, Plato says that the people of Atlantis were going to war with the Proto-Athenians. So these were people that were not Athenians, so they were not even his people. He's claiming that another civilization outside of Athens was far more advanced.
Right? Yeah, like, that's like treasonous history if you would make that up as your official history and it being a lie, like
yeah, Like, why would that benefit these people? Why would it benefit the people of the Bible to claim that all of these ancient cultures, oh shit, I dropped the mic. But all of these but all of these ancient cultures just made this shit up. I mean, it just what the fuck, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense. And then
It's so implausible and just ridiculous, yet that's what we all supposedly believe as reality for some strange facts.
yeah, that's what this cat Yuval Harari believes. And we'll get more into what this guy's about later. But I was actually gonna shut it down, but I
Yeah.
was like, let me talk to my dude Bernie first, because you wanted to get the link up there. And then so I'm glad that you joined us. Very stimulating discussion. I think really, you helped wrap it up there with a nice bow at the end, because it was like,
Much
I
love,
want,
brother. Appreciate it.
yeah, because I wanted to touch on ancient cultures and how advanced they were, and I was thinking to do it with you at some point. So we definitely need to open up this topic, in the future too, because it's crazy how much they knew, back then. It's just wild,
It truly, truly is. And before you go, I'm going to quickly post the link for my live stream for your viewers, if you don't mind sharing it. I just created it here. I'll be going live in like 20, 30 minutes time, discussing some of Klaus Donna's Upart's finds, and specifically the ones that he shared with Nassim Haramein that came out in 2011 that were supposedly from this Mexican tomb that show these elongated skull folk all over the place, interbreeding with humans and flying triangular craft.
Damn. Well, you heard it here, folks. Everybody go check out Burn Eye. Where's this link you speak
I'm gonna
of?
post it right meow in the private chat right there.
And
You don't
then
mind sharing that in the live, I would appreciate it.
okay, here we go.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, here we go. Everybody hop over there and check this out. I'm definitely gonna check out some of this research out here after I wake my wife up for prayer, because yeah, I'll be on the same tip with this stuff. And I know Drew and me talked about Nassim Haramein and how we used to look at be obsessed with his videos and watching his videos. He had some crazy presentations in the past, especially Rogue Valley. I don't know if you ever seen Rogue Valley presentation. It's like this 4-hour presentation he did.
Really? I'm not sure if I have seen that one.
Yeah, look up this Rogue Valley presentation. I'm trying to find where my okay, here it is. Okay. Everybody check this stream out here. Is that
Oh, 2003 one. Yeah.
is that what it was?
I think
The link
so.
right there? Okay, let me see. Let me click on the link and make sure. Aliens, parts of Mexico, real or fake?
You got it, brother.
That's what it is, folks. Don't miss that shit, because it's about to be about this.
It's all coming out.
A continuation, if you will, of these topics we're talking about here. For real. And I'm just gonna leave y'all with some music out here. Thank you so much for checking out my stream. Thank you for being here, Burn Knife. Thank you for being
brother.
here, JG. Thank you, Firestarter. Yeah. Thank you, my brother, man.
Much love and respect. Peace be upon you and the ones you love.
Thank you, friend, man. Yeah, man. Peace be upon you as well, man. may God be with you. And, God will be with you because, the house of God is a traveling house. You know what I'm saying? So, we're all strangers in God's eyes, because God's always home. You know what I mean? Home is where the heart is. And that's what, and, Bernie, is always at home right here on the Machine Lies channel. Same with you, JG, man. You always find a home out here, man. As a friend of mine, and chilling with me, and I appreciate you being here, and spending this time with me, man. For real. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm sure you'll see what I said. Go back and look at it, because I care about you, man, and I appreciate you being here with me and spending time with me. Everybody in the chat, everybody that was out here, peace and blessings to all of you. And we'll do it again soon, my friends. We'll do it again, maybe in a few days. And thank you to Drew from Get Chalked Up, Chalk Body Outline. Please subscribe to those channels. Thank you to my friend Firestarter. Please subscribe to Neurojack. It's a good friend of mine coming out here to discuss things with me. And please check out Burn Eye, the science guy, the alchemist, talking about the real science, which is alchemy, which is beyond the sacralization, the divorcing of knowledge from the sacred. We got to tie knowledge back into what is real and what is sacred and what is honorable and what is ethical. So we got to reclaim knowledge, and so check out Burn Eye, because that's what he's about too. All right, my friends, I guess I'll leave you with some songs here, and you guys have a blessed night. Good night, my friend JG.
The background became too terrible for you to bear. A medieval love affair set with a stare. I want the empty way you sent me, sick with the envy. You can never befriend me, so don't try to comprehend me. Call me stark, raving mad from all the visions that I've had. Locked in cuffs on a bus where you women turn bad. But books made cheerful with flowers, forgotten hours, all dissolved into timeless doom. Snow showers, a fabulous Damascus on glorious embroideries. Delicately poised between two maidens anointing me. Take a second to imagine, but still couldn't fathom. I chased all these dragons off down these dark chasms. You sat waiting in patience, sketching many innovations. Frescoed representations of elaborate constellations. All cheers of jubilation of the most sincere. Through the years of innovation, I dissipate and disappear. Dark romanticism, I have risen, sinners stricken. You trapped with me inside this prison of indecision. As slowly as you went is as slowly as you came. She kissed me all the same, didn't even ask for my name. Dark romanticism, I have risen, sinners stricken. You trapped with me inside this prison of indecision. As slowly as you went is as slowly as you came. She kissed me all the same, didn't even ask for my name. So come and step near, became so delightful to hear. Held a rifle to your head until your thoughts became clear. Many days filled in rage were all insurmountable. Where the poppy no longer grows in a field once bountiful. All the daffodils wept and cried, no my friend, seriously. On a night he was vehemently denied and died mysteriously. An unknown disappearance on an Everest expedition. Got loose from more division in this brief intermission. So deep is your grudge true shackle within the bowels. As the tiger prowls through the long grass, the here and now. And some pave what they believed was heaven beyond the grave. My quatrains contain all that there is left to gain. Insecurity so sharply carved, they became your immunity. Riding on the waves of temptation, outbursts of lunacy. Impunity, delicious, fictitious, ambitiously wealthy. I'm screaming out loud, but there's nobody here to help me. Dark romanticism, I have risen, sinners stricken. You trapped with me inside this prison of indecision. As slowly as you went is as slowly as you came. She kissed me all the same, didn't even ask for my name. Dark romanticism, I have risen, sinners stricken. You trapped with me inside this prison of indecision. As slowly as you went is as slowly as you came. She kissed me all the same, didn't even ask for my name. Descending from great heights to a life less contented. Falling from where you stand without success, you reach a zenith. A falcon fully fledged, the face at the water's edge of your spouse, bound by his words and all that he said. A victim of his own depravity, I became the insanity. Dragged from the cavities of the mind haphazardly. With the epitome of all that's lost, standing at the crossroads in the field of cloth for gold. All the glimmers shall be sold. The philosopher's stone, all awash with animosity. Excesses of the aristocracy kept dropping me. Speak properly, but was never discussed of enough. Blow the dust off my tombstone, reveal the cause was just. My solace in your guilt proved too heavy to carry. Down the aisle you came, locked in chains, all set to marry. This paintbrush handled with care, I was never truly there. Cut a locket of your hair, kept for moments of despair.
You miserable bastards. How dare you make trouble in my house?
You couldn't possibly be fucking ready for me. Sick to the beat, decomposed fucking smelly feet. The shit is far from ill, it sucks typical bill. Standing here at your grave with the likes of Abigail. Spitting on the headstone, I bet you fucking died alone. Now with altitude stacks on your fucking bones. Failed to achieve the excellence that you had shown. You think yourself deep in the motherfucking ground. Are they laughing at me? What the fuck is that sound? Ready for an inoculation. Hey, ready for an inoculation. Hey, ready for an inoculation. Hey, ready for an inoculation. The year is 1954 and I'm at the door with a thumbs balls deep in some Croatian whore. I'm fighting at the ice cream social fucking hardcore. You stand stunned at my sight, my piece of fucking tight. Try to hold a candle to me, but the flames are in my piece. Like my piss bitches around, slipping them out the stitches. Your arms are now replaced with some fucking tits. Is the way we operate, motherfucking inoculate. You got a cherry red Stratocaster, you're fucking great. You shut the fuck up while I blast beats in your face. Your last moment on earth, realize you're eternally replaced. Bitch. Hey, ready for an inoculation. Hey, ready for an inoculation. Hey, ready for an inoculation. Yo. Hey, ready for the inoculation.
Anyway, just some feelings, I guess, after that one, I guess, was misunderstanding, like, in a way, in my opinion, we should never mix these guys that, that I'm the band type, because I feel like pushing between different styles and stuff.